lead us? Okay, we have some members who are at a county meeting who will be here hopefully shortly. We have a couple fresh faces who missed our first meeting, and we'll give you some time this afternoon to introduce yourselves when the other folks are here. So we'll do that this afternoon. All right, first up is HB 120 relative to transferring statutory authority from the Department of Education to the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services regarding educational support services. The prime sponsor is here, Representative Creighton. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the time this morning. Fellow representatives, I'm here to introduce HB 120, an act relative to transferring statutory authority from Department of Education to the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services. When the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services was stood up, along with it came a series of authorities and responsibilities, but not necessarily the statutes that support that. What this bill does is it transfers the statutory requirement from the Department of Education to the Department of Military Affairs. Essentially, they're doing the job now. They've got a team that's already been hired, and they're, finding out which schools for working out at tuition assistance, doing all those things that had been under Department of Education. They're doing it. What's missing is a statutory authority to do that. And so what this bill does is it basically updates the statutes so that what the department does is in line. The Department of Education is completely on board with this and agrees to it, as is the Department of Military. So it's fairly straightforward. Subject to any questions, I appreciate your support.
Thank you, Representative. So what I'm hearing is this would codify a de facto ongoing situation.
Exactly. That's been agreed to by both departments.
Check. Questions for the prime sponsor on this? Well, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
That was one of the smoothest introductions I have ever witnessed. We do have some pink cards. Brent Fraser is here. Welcome back, Mr. Fraser. And also, Steve Appleby is in the house as well. Co-chairs, so to speak. I don't know who'll start. I guess Brent's name was the first card up, and then Steve.
Well, thank you, sir. Committee members, good morning, and thanks for having us. It is good to be back here after our session last week. And as you stated, Department of Education and Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services, we've been together from the beginning. They've helped us establish and implement the program, and we just wanted to share that, as was Representative Creighton mentioned, that this is really just codification of what is currently being executed as we speak. As of January 2024, Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services entered into an agreement with the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs and accepted the responsibility for the state approving agency. It's responsible for reviewing and evaluating and approving educational and training programs for veterans who use their VA benefits. It ensures educational programs meet federal criteria, provides assistance to schools and training facilities, either that are seeking approval or who are already approved and must be reapproved. It's a 100% federally funded program. No general funds are required. And as such, there's no fiscal impact to the general fund budget. So in summary, Department of Military Affairs and Veterans Services supports this bill as part of the overarching consolidation of veteran services under the department. And thank you for your continued support of service members, veterans, and their families. And with that, sir, I would turn it over to Mr. Appleby if he has any comments.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. Steve Appleby, Department of Education, Director of Educator Support and Higher Ed. We, of course, support this as well. It just makes so much more sense for our veteran population to have a one-stop shop. And additionally, they already have significant ties to the Federal Department of Veterans Affairs that we just don't have at the Department of Ed. So it really made a lot of sense to make the move. And exactly as the director said, it's just codifying what's already in place.
Thank you both. The optics of the two of you sitting together conveys that you're in sync, at least to me anyway. Questions for either gentleman? Yes, Representative Budataki.
Thank you, Chair. So, Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Affairs have been doing this work before codification, right?
That is correct. We entered into a cooperative agreement with the VA about a year ago, and we've been executing since January of 2024.
Follow up, sir.
Follow up?
Has this kind of bill was introduced in this chamber before or not?
Not to my knowledge. I don't believe so. No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you both. We have one more card here from Kevin Grady, Mr. Grady from State Veterans Advisory Committee, SVAC. Welcome back, Mr. Grady.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, once again, for the record, my name is Kevin Grady. I'm a 25-year Air Force veteran and a 27-year resident of the town of Hooksett, New Hampshire. We in the State Veterans Advisory Committee wholeheartedly support this bill. If you'll recall the story that I told you when we were here for orientation about how the governor asked us what, if he had a problem with a veteran, where do I send him? And we said, well, the answer is probably in this room, but we don't have a specific belly button. And that ultimately led to the stand-up of the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services. When that happened about 5 years ago, we kind of realized that there would be pockets of people out there in the government system doing things for our veterans that we missed the first time around, and we've just got to return them to the fold. So it makes sense to all of us for one-stop shopping, for them to go to DMAS for this, and we fully support this bill. And subject to your questions, I am all done.
Thank you, Mr. Grady. Questions? A quick comment. I want to thank you again. You mentioned our session last week. We spent the whole morning with an orientation, and several people have watched that on YouTube, and we're very impressed with all the different pieces of the veterans community support resources that are out there, including SVAC. So thank you for being here last week and for your testimony today. Seeing no questions, thank you again.
Thank you, sir.
We have no other pink cards, so I will, at this time, close the hearing on HB 120. Next up at 9:50 is HB 122, which has a fiscal note. The representative from Antrim is also the co-sponsor on that. We have a rule in the House that we cannot start early. Some of you know that. And we were so efficient with HB 120, which is quite rare. So now we have a little over 5 minutes that we have to wait. So given that we have this time, I'd like to ask the new Representative Bennett, let's do this anyway, since we have time. Could you take a couple minutes and just, you were not able to be here the first day. If you could just tell us a little bit, we know who you are, but where you're from and a little bit about your journey.
Okay, great. So my name is Cindy Bennett. I'm from Raymond, New Hampshire, and yeah, this is my first time into this building, so it's quite interesting and just exciting, I guess you'd say. I'm a mother of 13. I've homeschooled. I'm also a teacher. I have a sub today. So I work at a private Christian school in New Hampshire as well. And so we just did all the things this summer to get elected, and here I am, and I'm new. So thank you for, I feel really honored to be here. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. So 13 children is some sign holders for your campaign. I'm wondering
Yeah,
if,
unfortunately, they're all grown up now. My youngest is 17, so they're kind of like spreading out. And I am on the school board in my town. I didn't mention that, and a couple other boards. So I do work in the town. So I didn't come fresh out of, housework to here. But yeah, it would be nice if when my kids were younger, if I had done it then I could have had a lot of sign holders. But unfortunately, they're kind of doing their own thing, and that's the thing. They which is kind of good. They've found their own way. I do have one son who was in the Army, and he's now benefiting. He's almost done with his college degree. So that's very interesting to me that he was able to do that. He wanted to serve in the Army, like the grassroots type of thing, and he lives in Georgia now, though.
thank you again. Welcome aboard. And when I mentioned the sign holders, I was being a little bit cheeky. You can't always assume that, and as most of us who are parents know so well, not all of our offspring would necessarily hold our signs, but so I know that too. So also, a fresh face who's not able to be here for orientation is the representative from Hooksett. Representative Plant, can you tell us a little bit about you and your journey?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my name is Ray Plant, first term representative. I actually live in the town of Dunbarton, but I represent in a flotarial district with Dunbarton, Hooksett, Allenstown, and Epsom. I am a veteran myself, currently serving the Vermont Army National Guard. Been in for 19 years now. The Brigade Aviation Officer for the 86th Infantry Brigade Combat Team. Full-time, still working as well. Fly for JetBlue out of Boston, so I'm all over the place all the time. I think I was in Florida last Friday with our first meeting. But now that I know the schedule, I should be here going forward. I'm happy to be here. VA rated as well, so I'm intimately familiar with the VA healthcare system and our wonderful facility in Manchester. That's about all I have.
Thank you, Representative. It's good to see you, and also Representative Hemingway maintaining those military haircuts. I did get a haircut before the inaugural ball. I don't get them every week like I used to, but who does? But apparently you do. So anyway, welcome aboard. It's a naval term, of course, but glad you're here. And it's still not quite 9:50. The representative from Londonderry is not new to this committee, but he missed the orientation. Representative Lundgren, could you let the hundreds of people watching online?
Sure,
I
Mr.
checked.
Chair.
We had like 400 or 500 watch last week. So
It's been a pleasure. I believe it's my 8th term or 7th term, Skip.
Did we start together?
Yeah.
7.
All right. We're starting our 7th term. I've been on this committee since day one. Absolutely enjoy it. We have a wonderful chair and co-chair. I'm a chiropractor in Londonderry. I have the opportunity to treat a lot of veterans through the Veterans Affairs recommendation. Side note, I proposed an opioid bill, and 5 years ago, I actually met with the Secretary of the VA in Washington about it, and he was very excited about it, and he asked me if he would be able to send it around to the VAs in the country, and I thought, well, he's blowing smoke, but within a week, I got a call from the administrator, and we sat down, and it's moving forward. I've been a chiropractor 48 years. I know I don't look that, but it's really a pleasure and an honor to be able to serve as a representative from Londonderry and to serve in this committee. This committee is very, very important, and I'm really glad to see what we are able to do for the vets. I'm not one, but I've always honored that. So I guess that's about it, and thank you for having me speak.
And thank you for your service, Representative. 7 terms. That's almost you almost have tenure. With all those terms. Glad you're back. Glad that you're here. And we have 2 clocks in this room. One of them is ahead of the other one. I'm going to go with a clock that says 0950 hours, so that we can not break any rules. There it is, 0950. So I'd like to welcome back the representative from Antrim, who was the prime sponsor of HB 120, also the prime sponsor of HB 122, which is an act relative to payment of claims arising out of actions or activities of the New Hampshire National Guard. Welcome back, Representative.
Thank you, sir. For the record, I'm Jim Creighton, Representative Hillsborough, District 30. I'm here to introduce House Bill 122. Typically, when the National Guard goes out, they do a great job. They're all through the North Country on search and rescue. They're on the roads. They're in towns. Sometimes they might hit a mailbox. Sometimes a helicopter might land in a field and knock over a fence. That happens. The rules are today that the National Guard can pay out $500. Say, here's $500. Here's a new mailbox. It doesn't have to go through the courts. It doesn't have to go through litigation. It doesn't have to, it's just, hey, we screwed up. We'll pay for your new mailbox. When I talked to the National Guard Bureau, they said that $500 was established sometime prior to the Civil War or something of that nature. It hasn't been updated in a long, long time. And so what this bill does is it says, hey, you can't get a new mailbox for $1,000 or for $500. Let's up it to $1,000. And it gives the department the authority to take care of our citizens as they're going about doing their daily business. Just for context, in 1983, we used to go through Germany, and we had a lieutenant in the back of the formation, and he had a bag of $20,000 or $30,000 in his bag, and he would pay the Germans as we went through. It was a different world, a different time, but that's the way it's done. So this is just really taking care of New Hampshire citizens that happen to be impacted by the Guard in some way. Doesn't happen a lot, but it would be nice just to be able to say, here, pay for the fence and move on. So subject to your questions, that's what HB 122 does, and I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I'm aware of what the policy was in Europe you described, particularly in Germany. I will share just a comment. With the Marines in South Korea, we would go barreling all over the place, up and down roads, cross fields. We set a mountain on fire. I don't know if we had anybody following giving people money. I wasn't concerned about that at the time, but in retrospect, we did put the fire out that we started. I don't know if anybody lost any property, but I'm aware of the situation in training where sometimes there's collateral damage, and I am glad that we have something in place to address that. Questions for the prime sponsor? Yes, Madam Clerk, sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just to clarify, would this bill raise that limit to $1,000?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
It takes it from 500 to 1,000.
All right. Follow up.
Good question, and follow up.
So does the bill set some regulations around reimbursement for the original value of the property item? I'm just wondering, someone could have a damaged mailbox, but it's one of those plastic ones you can pick up from Home Depot, and then they might come to you and say, my mailbox was damaged. I would like a nice granite one.
Yes, ma'am. So short answer is this bill does not.
Okay.
All this bill does is change 500 to 1,000.
Okay.
The rules, regulations associated with fair value and all that are already existent.
Okay.
And this just says, hey, 500 isn't enough. Let's give the department 1,000.
All right. Thank you for clarifying.
Representative, is there an appeal process if there's a $10,000 mailbox or whatever, and the homeowner that has the damage thinks that the damage incurred was greater than $1,000? Is there an appeal process?
Yes, sir, there is. And that's already existent. And so if the claim goes above today, $500, then it goes through a totally separate process, which is a legal process for claims and reimbursement.
Thank you. Other questions? Representative Rollins.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. If I remember correctly, there was an incident with National Guard training, I believe, in a field. A snowmobile that came around a corner too fast, clipped one of the helicopters, and he's suing. Does that pertain to this, or is this lawsuit something separate than what we're looking at?
No, this is completely separate. So that would be a lawsuit through the legal program. This is an administrative action, which is just a claim that goes and says, hey, you guys broke my mailbox. If the snowmobile broke the helicopter, then that's the other way around, and that's completely different. Thank you. Good question.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you to the prime sponsor. We have in the House again, she was here last week, Deputy Adjutant General Nicole Desilets-Bixler. Welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Just as Representative Creighton just outlined, this really just lifts the limit. The limit was placed at 500 in 1981 under RSA 110B73. So that was a long time ago. So what we're trying to do is keep up with inflationary costs. And also we are cleaning up the language, which is very minor. Which refers to the Department of Adjutant General, which has changed as of 2019 to the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services. So really what we're doing by raising the limit to 1,000 is we could have payments out in approximately 2 weeks for these small claims. Whereas the Board of Claims appeal and all of that, the whole legal process that comes with the Board of Claims process, if it's over $1,000, can take months. So that's the difference. We can pay it out quickly for a small claim. I gave a couple of examples in my written testimony, but that's really the gist of it. Thank you for allowing me to speak. And do you have any questions?
Representative Mandelbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned written testimony. Would you be able to provide that to us?
Yes, I did already. Should I make copies and send again,
Do you
or?
have a copy of that?
I don't have a copy of the written testimony. Did you submit it via the?
Via email
Okay.
about a week ago.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'm sure.
But
that
I can provide it again, and I'll email all the members of the committee if you'd like, sir.
Well, we don't ask you to do that twice. We'll look for that. But if as a
I
backup,
do have a copy of it right now, but it's just one copy. Would you like it, sir?
the clerk always likes to file a hard copy.
Okay.
And we will find we'll check the emails so that everybody can review that.
Sir, I can provide that right now.
If you didn't mind,
I don't mind, sir.
our clerk keeps a file, and again, one hard copy is always good. And of course, we have the electronic testimony as well. Thank you for that. Any other questions, Representative Budataki?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to understand more about this because we're talking about raising money from $500 to $1,000. So who's going to pay this money?
Sir, that would come out of the budget for the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services. So we feel that we could absorb this in our budget. This happens very rarely. When I talked to our budget officer, who's been in that position for 25 years, she said only 2 times this would have applied in that a period of time. And the total would have only been 1,000, but it was more than those 2 incidents were more than the $500. So it had to go through the Board of Claims Appeals and appeals process.
Mr. Chair, follow up quick.
Certainly, follow up.
So we are not making this money from our budget, from the state budget. Money is coming from the federal government.
No, sir, it's not coming from, it's coming from the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services budget, which is our state budget.
Yes, as I understand your good question about where the money comes from, it's from the Guard's budget, and the total Guard budget is a function of both state support and federal support. Is that fair to say? So
Yes, sir. So we have a state budget, and this would come out of our state budget. This is not 100% federally reimbursable. This comes out of our state budget, and we feel that we could absorb that cost, and that's why the fiscal note is there too. That when I went over the fiscal note, this is before I've been in this position for about 2 weeks and 3 days and 5 hours. Just kidding. But the fiscal note was done in 2024, and it says that for fiscal years 2025 through 2028. The fiscal impact would be less than $10,000. I think it would be even less than that. I don't think that very many claims would fall under the $1,000 limit. However, if it did, then that's small enough that we feel that we could absorb that with our state budget.
does the Guard have a line item for this funding, or would it come from a general fund type situation?
Sir, I believe it would come from the general fund, but I can check with my budgetary office.
Okay, thank you. I mean, the thought then would be if it was a line item and it was not, and there was no damage done, would the line item roll over or
We would request it for the next biennial budget. Yes, sir, we would. But honestly, sir, I don't know if we have a line item for this, but I can check with my budget officer.
Okay, if that wasn't too much of a, it seems that did come up as a fair question. If someone could shoot.
Yes, sir. I'll get back with you on that. Get back to you and the members of the committee.
So it would be
Yes,
just
sir.
a little bit smarter. That's why we have these hearings, sure.
Absolutely.
Representative Mannion.
Yeah, I think just to piggyback on that, if it goes through the claims process, you're still paying that anyway, right? So if it goes beyond the $500 currently right now, you're still paying the same money. This just allows for an administrative action to be a lot quicker, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you to the Deputy Adjutant General.
Thank you.
Mr. Kevin Grady is still here, and we have a card from him to speak in support of HB 122. Welcome back, Mr. Grady.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the committee. Once again, for the record, my name is Kevin Grady. I'm a 25-year Air Force veteran and a 27-year resident of the town of Hooksett, New Hampshire. The SVAC supports this bill. Periodically, things need an update. You know, I have a saying I use a lot with my friends when they discover something that everybody else has been doing for like a decade or so, you know, like they say, hey, I just discovered I can pay all my bills online. Well, welcome to the 20th century. Well, that's kind of where we are here. This thing hasn't been updated since before the 20th century. So it's time to realize that things cost more, and this is a small price to pay for those people that might fall within that $500 to $1,000 window to not have to go through the claims process. So we support this legislation. That's all I wanted to tell you.
SVAC is in favor. Any questions for Mr. Grady? Seeing none, thank you for your
Mr.
testimony.
Chair.
Thank you. And having no more pink cards, we will calling into the hearing on HB 122 FN. We still have a few minutes before 10:10. Again, a very efficient and unusual hearing process this morning. So we'll wait just a little bit, and then we will ask the representative from Antrim to come back up again to introduce HB 64 in just a couple minutes. In the interest of using our time to the best extent possible, we have a card. This is for HB 64. Okay. You'll be back, right? Okay. All right. we get a couple more minutes before we can start. Yes, we're using the fast clock. Okay, we do have two clocks in here. We have a slow clock and a fast clock. And as I see the fast clock, which is the one I'm going by, it's approaching 10:10. And so with that, I will call the hearing to order, or we'll start the hearing on HB 1064. That is an act relative to extending hiring preferences for military members and their spouses to the state and private businesses, and establishing purchase preferences for disabled veterans and military spouses regarding state supply purchases. The prime sponsor is Representative Roy, who is here. Representative Creighton is 2 for 2, and he's on deck. It's good to have backup in the military. It's called a reserve, an active reserve, a mobile reserve. Welcome, Representative Roy.
Welcome. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Representative Terry Roy. I represent Rockingham 32. I'm here introducing House Bill 64. The need for this bill was brought to my attention by the Department of Defense. This is a very important move that we can make to help our active duty and their family feel welcome, comfortable, and help them thrive within our state. And helping them establish businesses and giving them the same preferences that we heretofore have given to active duty or veterans is going to help them establish and hopefully grow their businesses and stay in our state when their commitment to the military is finished as well. So I'm going to let the Department of Defense explain to you the minutia of the bill and why they feel it's necessary, but I hope you will give it your consideration and support. And I'll take any questions you want, but I think that they would be better suited to answer them.
Thank you, Representative. I do want to throw one at you as the prime sponsor. The description of the act, the expression hiring preference is there, and I think we all understand what that means. But when there is a preference, and when military folks get an advantage or a preference, that's the word here, that sometimes can be perceived as at the expense of someone else. So that's a question that I think is likely on the minds of some of the folks watching at home or some of the committee members. And we can ask about that to some of the subsequent testifiers. But do you have any concern that preferential treatment for veterans could be unfair to other people? I don't know if that's an issue, but in terms of preferences, that's something that I think we'd like you to address.
Sure, I would be happy to. I'll give you my personal take on that. Preferences, when looked at in general, would mean that someone's treated differently or better than someone else for no reason. The people that we're talking about extending a preference to are people that we owe a debt to. We can't pay. There's not enough money to pay for someone's lost love, life, fortunes that they sacrificed by serving in the military. Family members move around the world and the country with their loved ones, all in defense of our liberty and freedom. I feel that a small gesture of giving them an opportunity to have a job or a business within our state is a thank you that we can extend to them that doesn't cost us anything. And as far as the ability to obtain that preference, we have a volunteer military, and anyone is available to join it and risk their lives and their fortunes and thereby gain that preference for themselves as well. So it's not something that people are given by birthright or by their nationality or color of their skin or religion. They have to earn it, and they have to put something on the line to get that preference. So I would say that would be my response to that.
Thank you for that. Any other questions for the prime sponsor, Representative Mandelbaum?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this might be getting a bit technical, but when it comes to preferences for disabled veterans and military spouses, when it comes to state supply purchases, where would that preference for those people fall in relation to the cost of those goods or services?
I'll hazard a guess, but please take what they say, the DOD says, above what I say, and if it contradicts, they're right and I'm wrong. I would say that we would not take a more expensive contract over a more efficient one simply because the person has that preference. I think looking at it, it would be all things being equal, the preference should go to the veteran spouse or the veteran versus, well, the state will have to spend an extra $1 million, but that's a veteran. No.
All right, thank you.
Other questions? Representative Plant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, this bill doesn't touch on purchases and preference of who gets allocated a contract to bid on something. This is simply expanding already existing law to include military spouses for hiring of positions where they would go to work.
Yeah, that's correct. The current bidding process is open to everyone, and no one would get preference as far as who's allowed to bid on things.
Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you to the prime sponsor.
Thank you to the committee.
The representative from Antrim is still in the House. Representative Creighton, do you want to add anything? Okay, Representative Creighton, co-sponsor passes. Mr. Fraser is still here. Brent Fraser from New Hampshire DMAVs. Welcome back.
Mr. Chair, committee members, it is good to be here. For the record, Brent Fraser, Director of Community-Based Military Programs from the Department of Military Affairs and Veterans Services. Sir, with respect to HB 64 relative to extending hiring preferences and military members and their sponsors to the state and private businesses, as well as the purchase preferences for disabled veterans and military spouses, the department supports this legislation. The bill expands the definitions for veterans for the purposes of veterans hiring, employment preferences to include the veteran spouse, and active duty service members as well. Of the 85,000 or so veterans in the state, most are doing very well. They make up about 6% of the population. Well over the majority are employed. Approximately 70% are making $50,000 or more. Most own their own houses and are doing well, but there are some areas that they're economically challenged. And we feel this would positively impact their households. Veterans' unemployment rates are slightly lower than the state's average. Veterans earn about 7% less than the New Hampshire median income. Approximately 5% of veterans in the state live in poverty. And at about any given time across the state, about 150 veterans may be homeless. This bill helps set conditions for at least achieving a little more level playing field, both in terms of spouses in an extremely competitive New Hampshire job market, and broadly contributes to the Department of Defense's efforts through the Defense State Liaisons efforts who identify and address the most pressing needs. Of this is one towards military spouse employment and economic opportunities. And I believe you have written testimony from the Defense State Liaison and perhaps maybe some testimony later this morning on that effort. And in the event that the spouse is female and the secondary beneficiary of the outcome includes addressing the gender gap. Recent studies have shown that in New Hampshire, we are currently listed as the second highest gender gap in the nation, and this would contribute towards addressing that situation. This effort also reinforces the New Hampshire Veteran Friendly Business Network's efforts as we work with them to encourage their recruiting and retention of veterans across the state. It supports the New Hampshire Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services Live Free, Choose New Hampshire efforts, where we reach out across the globe to service members who are selecting to return to the state. And it provides, as was mentioned or implied earlier, a little more than just a thank you for your service, but provides some actionable measures that contribute to service members and their spouses' well-being. There is some language in the LSR that we would like to work with the sponsor, lines 16 through 19, that reflect a position for the adjutant general, perhaps to do some oversight and management. So we'd like to work with the sponsors there to address the specifics on that. We're not currently manned to address that, but absolutely welcome and would look forward to working with the sponsors to address that going forward. So in summary, the sponsor's intent increases the likelihood of financial security for our transitioning service members and their veterans and their families. And the bill sets the conditions for improving their well-being. And at this point, subject to any questions that you have, that concludes our testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Fraser. So I'm hearing that there's a desire for some language changes and amendment, and that would be coming from you, or who is going to suggest the language
Sir, yes, the department would work with the sponsor to share some recommended language with respect to the adjutant general and perhaps my position to be able to do oversight of this program. So we've shared some initial thoughts with the sponsor, but we look forward to more detailed discussions.
Okay, and I see the prime sponsor, Representative Roy, is still here. So this measure is scheduled to be exact. Of course, we can always push that back. Representative Roy, if I could ask you about the amending language that Mr. Fraser spoke about, when might that be available for us to look at and take or get it to OLS first and then look? And then,
I'm not entirely sure that it's necessary. Maybe I think the party's talking about is assigns a role of oversight to the Adjutant General's office. And do you not report to the Adjutant General?
I do.
So I would think that the Adjutant General has the ability to defer whoever he wants or assign whoever he wants to fulfill that role. I don't think it mandates he personally do it.
So I'm hearing that the language concerns that Mr. Fraser flagged are concerns that could be addressed kind of through like a rules situation, implementation on the implementation level through local rules, and would not necessitate a change in the language of HB 64.
Sir, with an assessment currently ongoing, while I think that would address the specific language in 16 through 19 with respect to the Adjutant General, the department is not currently manned to actually execute that. We're the Adjutant General to delegate that down. And so a little more discussion in terms of the specific requirements and process and procedures to make this happen. I'm sure it's something we could work through.
Okay, I'm going to just request the prime sponsor confirm with me, today's a Friday, like early next week, Monday or Tuesday at the latest.
Yeah.
If there is a need for us to work on some amending language or not, so that we can, if there is a need for some language adjustment that.
I'll get it done and I'll send it to you.
Okay, great. And then we'll keep this scheduled for exact next Friday unless.
Yeah, there should be no problem getting it done by then.
Okay. Yes, Representative Bennett for Mr. Fraser.
Yes, I just have a question. Could you give a scenario as to how this would work and who this would help, like in action?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I would associate my initial thoughts with the prime sponsor earlier when he talked about preferences with respect to veterans and their spouses in terms of the sacrifices that they have made in terms of the country in their service. And so if you look at some of the economic disadvantages that I described earlier, if you might imagine one of those persons who's perhaps moved every 2 to 3 years, has had to upend their careers and then start over in a new location. Just the ability to be able to, from a Granite State perspective, share that that we have a preference for military spouses and active duty service members is a significant help. I think as one looks at a service member who is activated and going to deploy, conduct operations overseas, to enable them to help focus on their mission, it is a significant help having done multiple operations overseas, not to have to worry about my spouse and my family members, but knowing that they have the opportunity to be able to continue their careers allows one in the service to focus on their mission.
I was just kind of like, are you saying they're applying for a job?
Follow-up?
Follow-up, yes.
Sure, go ahead.
Are you saying that they're applying for a job and we're just saying we take one over the other? Or are you just saying we're looking specifically for service members for this position or something?
Again, I think I would associate myself with the prime sponsor's language where he described it's not a single point of discussion with respect to whether it's a hiring action or whether it's a procurement services, that you take this into consideration amongst all things, and that all things being equal, that the veteran, the service member, the spouse would have a competitive advantage, or at least for consideration. He said it much more eloquently than I did, though.
That's a good question, and it's always helpful to have an example to help us visualize the implementation of what you're talking about. Yes, I think the prime sponsor addressed my question and our question about the preference issue. He addressed that very well, I thought. Other questions? Representative Mandelbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Fraser, you mentioned that there are additional measures to close the gender gap. Could you give one or two examples of what that might mean?
I think my intent was to share that this would contribute to closing the gender gap.
All right. Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Are there other states that are already enacting this type of legislation? Or legislative change, rather?
I think I would have to get you, do a little bit of research and share that back with you.
That's another great question. We always are interested in what other states are doing. So if there is anything handy that you might be able to share, that's a very good question. Other questions? Representative Budataki. I'm working on it, Representative. Thanks.
Mr. Chair, this is not a question, but just a remark. As this body knows that I came here as a refugee, and when I drive, in Manchester, I see a lot of veterans in the street, and I also heard that 5% of our veterans there are under poverty level, and also some of them are homeless. So I think I feel very bad when I see these conditions, and also I think we can do much more better than what we are doing at this time to veterans' families. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. And that's a comment that would be particularly useful in executive session to maybe develop even further. Anything else? Seeing no hands, thank you, Mr. Fraser.
Well, thank you, sir.
Melissa Willett is here. Welcome, Melissa. Before Ms. Willett begins her testimony, if you could take a moment. You work for the Department of Defense, correct? And you have a region. You still have a region of states, of which New Hampshire is one. If you could just take a moment and explain your job and that you actually work for DOD, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. So before going into my testimony for House Bill 64, I can give you a little bit of a background for the Department of Defense State Liaison Office. So we are a small office under the Undersecretary of Defense for Personnel and Readiness, and we work within our regions. There are 8 regional liaisons across the country, and I work in New England as a dedicated liaison, and I live in New England just across the border in Maine. So I work with the 6 New England states and stakeholders on issues of importance to our service members and their families, specifically relating to quality of life. So any way the state can enhance their laws and statutes to positively impact the lives of our service members and their families, those are the policies that we advocate for with governor's offices, legislators, installation commanders, and the military departments within our respective regions. And these policy priorities range from healthcare to childcare, education, spouse employment, and a few justice-related issues on our policy priority list at the moment.
Thank you for that. And to Representative Lloyd's question from a few moments ago, given that you do work, your region includes New England, several states, you may or may not be able to perhaps answer her question. So we're already not letting you give your testimony. We're already asking you questions before you've even given your testimony. So thank you for your forbearance. So please, it says you support the bill. So we're very interested in how you see the bill.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, my name is Melissa Willett. I'm the New England Region Liaison at the United States Department of Defense State Liaison Office, and we represent the Defense Department and establish relationships with state leaders across the country who are concerned with service members and their families' welfare by enhancing state laws and regulations on policy problems of national significance. The proposal before you has the opportunity to create stronger pathways to employment for military spouses and help address a unique challenge faced by our military families. Due to the high demands of military service, a majority of our families relocate to a new duty station every 2 to 3 years. These rapid rates of relocation often hinder the employment and career potential of military spouses, which in turn have long-term consequences for both the spouse and the family. In a 2021 Department of Defense survey of active duty spouses, 48% of respondents stated that finding employment was one of the most critical problems they experience during permanent change of station moves. Undue stress, whether financial or other, has potential to disrupt the overall readiness of our military units at the local level. Military spouses and family members play critical roles behind the scenes in supporting our service members. The result of that commitment affects their own ability to pursue employment and establish their own careers, which is highlighted by the unemployment rate of this demographic. Military spouses are unemployed at a rate of 21%, a rate that is significantly higher than their civilian counterparts. But like their civilian counterparts, our military families rely on 2 incomes to meet their basic needs. Offering employment preference may be the difference maker when looking at ways to reduce this stubbornly high unemployment rate. House Bill 64 also has the opportunity to not only benefit our military families, but also the employers actively looking to recruit talent. For some employers, providing a military spouse preference will assist with hiring goals, enhance talent amongst their workforce, and support the local military community. Military spouse hiring preference would be a well-deserved recognition of the sacrifices made by military families, as well as a sound economic investment in New Hampshire's workforce. When military spouses are able to secure stable and fulfilling employment, they are more likely to contribute to their communities. This, in turn, can lead to increased economic growth, reduced poverty rates, and a more resilient workforce. On behalf of the Defense Department, I'd like to thank the committee for your consideration of this proposal, and I'm especially grateful for the tremendous efforts New Hampshire has historically made in supporting our service members and their families. We also thank the bill sponsor, Representative Terry Roy, for his continued advocacy and support of our Defense State Liaison Office initiatives. And I'd be happy to take any of your questions at this time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Willett. Let's circle back to Representative Lloyd's question that I already alluded to about other states doing this type of thing. Do you have any knowledge from
There are a handful that have implemented this particular policy priority. Maryland was actually the most recent to implement it, and I know a few of my colleagues are actually doing the same thing as I am, testifying in legislatures across the country in support of the policy priority. But at this present time, there are 4 or 5, and I can get the list of those states to you, Mr. Chairman, after this meeting.
Are you aware of any hiccups or issues that Maryland or these other states have had implementing this type of initiative?
There haven't been thus far, but I can ask my colleagues who have worked in those individual states. Right now, it's not a policy priority that's on the dedicated list of 10 from the Defense Department. It's a pilot at the moment, and really to work on any way we can to reduce the unemployment rate for military spouses, because it hasn't really budged from that 22% mark for quite some time.
Okay, thank you for that. This is slated to be exec in a week. So if you or Mr. Fraser or anyone else wanted to, if you come across any addendum type information that you want to get to the committee before next Friday, before we exec it, feel free to share it, particularly if there are other state experiences that might be relevant for us to be aware of. Representative Mandelbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, would you mind clarifying that 48% statistic? I have 48% of active duty spouses report, and it was something about employment.
Yep. So in 2021, there was a Department of Defense survey sent to military families, and it surveys their experience in the military with PCS moves, access to education, employment, and just overall quality of life. And in that survey, 48% of respondents, those active duty military spouses, identified having a problem finding meaningful employment when they relocate to their next duty station.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a question about the 21% employment. I think you said spouse.
Military spouse unemployment.
Minister. Okay, thank you. Is that including people that maybe they don't want to have employment, or is that just based on people who want employment and can't find it?
Yeah, that figure is based solely on military spouses who are seeking employment and can't find it. So that's not including those who have chosen to stay home to take care of family, or those who have just given up their job search or have given up their professional license because it's too burdensome and cumbersome to transfer their professional license from one state to the other.
Representative Plant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. Just wondering, when we talk public employment, we're talking about state employment within the state of New Hampshire, also probably municipal employment for municipalities. Does this type of preference already exist for federal employment at the federal level for federal positions?
There was a hiring preference executive order from the previous president, but it was an executive order. So with the transfer of power that recently happened, that executive order is no longer in place.
That's just a moment, Representative Hemingway. Very interesting question, and your answer was there wasn't a federal presidential executive order
Correct.
in this area, and so naturally we're hearing a lot about executive orders. Is this an executive order that's still in effect?
It's not. It was an executive order by former President Biden for federal civilians, so federal employment. So military spouses would have preference for federal civilian positions, but with the transfer of power, it's not a.
Okay, and so that executive order is not in effect at this time on the federal level.
To my knowledge, correct.
Okay, thank you for that. Good question. Representative Hemingway?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So a lot of the stats that I see is relative to active duty, PCSing and everything like that. I understand the process on that. Having been my father was in the Air Force and I served 10 years on active duty and traveled. So I understand the process and the partner, the spouse, be it male or female, that has an issue getting employment. So does this cover the National Guard? I know veteran is a veteran, but a lot of this language is related to active duty.
So the bill as written defines a military spouse as an individual that is married to an active duty service member and holds a valid DEERS card. So if you wanted to include those members, those military spouses of the Guard and Reserve, the definition of military spouse in statute would also have to be amended. As written, it would cover active duty guardsmen, so those AGR members, but as written, it's active duty military spouses.
Other questions?
And just to add on to that, of which there are just under 500 living in New Hampshire, active duty.
That's a good statistic. Thank you for that one. Anything else? Thank you, Ms. Willett, for your service and for coming in here today. Mr. Kevin Grady is still in the House. I know he has a military spouse because he, in this very committee room, he and the spouse, I believe, testified on a different measure in a different committee. So Mr. Grady's asked for 3 minutes. Welcome back.
I'll get it done a lot faster than that, Mr. Chairman. For the record, again, my name is Kevin Grady, 25-year Air Force veteran and a 27-year resident of the town of Hooksett, New Hampshire. The State Veteran Advisory Committee supports this legislation. It fits right in with our mantra that when one of us serves, the whole family serves. For perspective, as the chairman mentioned, I moved 10 times in a 25-year career, including 3 overseas tours, 2 to the Far East and 1 to Germany. And my wife had to reinvent herself every single different place that we went. So something like this is, in our view, is a relatively small price to pay, especially for those of us who know the sacrifices that our military spouses make close aboard. And that's really all I wanted to tell you.
Thank you, Mr. Grady. Questions? Seeing none, thanks again.
Thank you, sir.
Danielle Albert is here. Welcome, Danielle. Danielle is representing the New Hampshire Department of Labor. She's asked for less than 5 minutes. It does not say whether she supports or opposes the measure. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I'm Danielle Albert. I'm the Deputy Commissioner of the New Hampshire Department of Labor. And to clarify, the department is neutral on the bill. We are here to relay that we have reviewed the language, in particular as it relates to the amendments to RSA 275G, which fall underneath the labor statutes, and are here to offer just a few points of technical consideration based on the review of that language. I will start and I'll use the lines and the numbers. So looking at page 2, line 25 under section 4, there's a newly added definition of military spouse, and it's pointing towards the same meaning as in RSA 2154. When we look at RSA 2154, it's actually defining service-connected injuries. So we're not certain that that's the intended definition. It doesn't appear to define military spouse. So as a technical point, if that is not the intended statutory reference for defining a military spouse, we would highlight that. And the only other technical point that we would note is that on page 3, line 3, as it relates to verification of eligibility under 275G3, we understand the amendment to that provision to specify that a private employer may require a veteran to now provide any qualifying document under RSA 2150. There's a large enumerated list under 2150, and we understand that reference. We would simply note that the language in that provision remains that the employer may ask the veteran, and it doesn't encompass or include the military spouse or active duty members that have been added by definition to this statutory provision. So our reading of that and our understanding of that would be that it would remain limited to veterans and would not encompass the newly defined individuals. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for that. I was trying to make some notes while you were speaking on the technical points that you raised. I would ask if you could, have you submitted anything in writing?
I have not, but I am happy to do so if that would be of benefit.
If you could, as I mentioned to Representative Roy, if you could get your recommended technical considerations to me by Monday or Tuesday at the latest, so that if we do need to make any language changes after reviewing your written submission, we'll have time to do that.
More than happy to, absolutely.
Okay, appreciate that. Questions? All right, thank you for being here.
My pleasure, thank you.
Seeing no more pink cards for, as you were, you can have more time than that, Representative. If you would turn that little light on, sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I'm Representative Creighton from the Labor Committee. Just contextually in the testimony that you heard resonates. I served for 30 years. My family moved 23 times in those 30 years. And I commanded several thousands of soldiers who also moved all the time. And the challenges both within schools, for the kids going into new schools, and for spouses finding employment are substantial. And if we, as a legislature, can make it easier for those 500 families in the state of New Hampshire, I think it's something we should do. That's all I've got, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. No questions? Seeing no questions, thank you, Mr. Co-Sponsor. And we will, at this time, close the hearing, public hearing on HB 64. And it's exactly 10:40. The fast clock is a little fast, so we'll go by the slow clock. It's 10:40. And that brings us right on schedule today, which we like to be in state, federal, and veterans when we can, when it works out. And it is now 10:40. HB 256, establishing a committee to study the federal government's response to the 1967 attack on the USS Liberty. That was an attack by Israeli military forces. This is a measure that we had in this committee last term. We sent it to interim study, and Representative Mannion chaired that interim study. I believe, yeah, Representative Mannion chaired that interim study, and the recommendation from the interim study committee, which we adopted, was to revisit this bill, which is why we're here looking at HB 256 at this time. Representative Sabourin is the prime sponsor. Representative Mannion, again, is a co-sponsor. So, Representative Sabourin, welcome, and we're very much looking forward to having you introduce this measure, and so have at it.
Thank you, Chairman Moffett and members of the committee. I'm Representative Sabourin D. Chouanier from Rockingham District 30, Seabrook. We have members of the crew and their families here today to testify. I also have written testimony to submit from the family of David Edwin Lewis, one of the crew members of the USS Liberty, was from New Hampshire. He lived in Colebrook, passed away in 2021. He spent his entire life hoping to see an investigation of this incident. And upon listening to the crew that is here today, I think you'll understand a little bit more about what exactly we're discussing. Does anyone have any technical questions on the bill?
Questions on the language on the bill as presented, as we have it in front of us? Representative Singh, no questions on the language at this time.
Awesome.
Okay, Representative Barton from Littleton, is he here? Yes, Representative Barton. As Representative Sabourin D. Chouanier mentioned, and we knew this last term. Go ahead, if I have your card. Yes, if you could go ahead and take a seat. Representative Barton from Littleton. We know there was a New Hampshire presence on that boat. I believe there were more than one, but most prominent was one of the senior officers who just passed away very recently, a couple of years ago, perhaps. So, welcome, Representative Barton.
Thank you.
What can you add to what we're looking at here?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to add, I support this piece of legislation. Recently, I watched a video on YouTube with an interview of a member of that particular crew who spoke about that incident during that interview, and he must be around 80 years old. There aren't too many survivors of this. He spoke that it was very hush-hush. They weren't allowed to speak about exactly what happened. He said that they didn't receive aid from our own ships neighboring by, and there seemed to be some kind of questionable activity that has gone really unanswered for the people who lost unnecessarily. family members many years ago, and by the IDF, and they never got the answers that they deserved from the Fed. So I think for our New Hampshire constituents, we owe them the decency and respect of a response to at least look into this and press our federal delegation to pursue this.
Thank you, Representative. Just a comment. I described the bill when I introduced it. What I want to do here is just clarify that the intent of this bill is to establish a committee to study the federal government's response to the 1967 attack on the USS Liberty. So the issue that this committee is going to have to make a decision on is whether we support a committee being established or not. And that's something that we're going to continue to take testimony, and we're going to talk about it, and we'll eventually exec this and make a decision on that. I'm old enough to remember this incident. The captain of the USS Liberty won the Congressional Medal of Honor for keeping his ship afloat under a horrific attack. That's something that I remember. I think I was 12 years old when that occurred. It was a very prominent news item at the time. I think it was in June of 1967. So my question for you is, looking at the membership of the proposed committee, should one be established, do you have any questions, or are you comfortable with the committee as proposed?
I didn't see proposed committee members for the subcommittee. I would like to be appointed to that committee based on knowledge and 16 years working with the DoD. I believe you're correct that there was significant amounts of heroism in saving that boat, because the IDF took out all of the radios on that boat so they couldn't radio for help. And there was one radioman who rigged a line and squeaked out an SOS. And still that help was delayed, but they stayed afloat long enough that they eventually got assistance. So there's definitely a bunch of heroes on that boat, and they deserve answers. I don't think that it was an accident.
Well, and I know other committee members have things that we want to say, and that's really more appropriate for executive session. We're here to listen to you and perhaps ask some questions. For the people watching at home, the proposed committee shall be as follows: 4 members of the House of Representatives appointed by the Speaker, 1 member of the Senate appointed by the President of the Senate, 1 member of the public appointed by the Governor. So that would be a 6-person committee, and the members of the committee, their duties would be to study the federal government's response, specifically investigate to the best of its ability whether the U.S. government properly determined the culpability of Israeli civilian and military officials in that attack. So that's the proposal. Anything else for Representative Barton, who's not listed as a sponsor, but he is a supporter. Questions for Representative Mandelbaum?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I want to first say that I am empathetic toward the members of this crew and their families, and thank you for their heroism. What I would love a little bit more clarity around is what gap this committee would fill, because it seems to me like there was a fairly thorough investigation of this attack. The Israeli government has apologized for it and provided compensation to the U.S. government to give to the 34 men killed in the attack. Could you just clarify a little bit what you're looking to get out of this committee?
Yes, absolutely. So you're correct in all of your statements. What we don't have and what we never got was answers as to actually what happened. This committee could interview with surviving crew members who are getting much older, and we could get answers from interview all of them, and do the research to actually give a clear, concise well-researched answer, not something that the federal government came up with to protect one of our allies. So that would be, I would expect the interest of this committee to get the real answers and actually get that out there. It's the real answers are deserved. Follow up.
Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So there haven't been any books or videos or any other material that use direct interviews from survivors.
I believe that there was a gag order or the equivalent of a gag order of all the crewmen. And now that they're getting close to dying, they don't care anymore and they're willing to speak regardless of the consequences. So we may actually be able to get some real answers now as to what happened.
Another follow-up, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if these service members are providing their testimony and breaking this gag order, would there be any potential consequences for the state of New Hampshire and this committee if we're asking them to do that?
I'm not an expert on those laws, but I suspect that they would be federal orders and not under the purview of the state of New Hampshire. It would be voluntary testimony at their own risk.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Barton, I know you're going to be here to be you're the prime sponsor of HCR 8, which is coming later, okay?
Yes.
So I have two cards, so you're not a sponsor of 256, but you're speaking in support of the bill.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Anything else for, yes, Representative Foss?
I just had kind of a clarification on Representative Mandelbaum's question. So when I was reading up on the incident, I saw that there are many books and I think at least one documentary. So none of those interviewed survivors?
I haven't read every book, but what I am aware of is that there was an order for these crew members not to speak since right after the attack. And most of the crewmen kept that order. There have been some interviews where crew members are speaking out for the reasons that I said, but I think that it's an opportunity to get all surviving members of that ship to testify before a subcommittee and give us a very clear, concise story of what actually happened that we could put out as a state and that we could press the Fed on and say, hey, what you said happened didn't happen.
Representative Foss?
Yeah, a follow-up. So what's the expectation that this testimony from survivors would, what's the end goal, I suppose? What do you want the federal government to do after this committee?
I would expect that when we find the answers that we didn't get from the Fed that we deserved many years ago, that they would release information similar to some of the information that was released on the assassinations of RFK and Martin Luther King and JFK. I think probably some of the case stuff would be unsealed, and I think they would be more apt to do that in DC if we came and said, hey, we have the goods right here. We know most of the story that we didn't get from actual eyewitnesses. Tell us the rest of the story. I think it would be a good means to pressure. I think that's the intent of the prime sponsors putting this forward.
Representative Mandelbaum?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So to clarify, the intent is to better understand the U.S. government's role in this situation. I guess I just back up for a moment. There has been a lot of criticism of Israel lately, just given the ongoing conflicts in the Middle East. And I'm a bit hesitant that this bill might be biased against our ally, or might be looking to seek further justice from them. Is this really just focused on the U.S. government's role?
I would expect it's not. I'm not the prime sponsor of this legislation. I speak in support of it. I support Israel, but in 1967 something happened, and it doesn't seem right, and we ought to have the real clear answers as to why there were specific attacks on our ship. I hope that the committee members are unbiased in their research and their information gathering, and that we get an unbiased report with clear facts.
Other questions? Representative Mannion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. Just to piggyback on that, like, had this occurred and it was like Great Britain or Turkey or something fired on us, you'd still be in support of doing a full investigation. Doesn't matter which country did it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Good question. Anything else? Seeing no hands. Thank you, Representative. Representative Bennett. Sorry.
Thank you. Sorry. I was just curious how many people from New Hampshire were on that ship?
I don't recall the exact number. I'm sure you can find the crew list online, or it'll come up in the committee's research for sure. But I know that there were members of New Hampshire that crewed that boat.
As per earlier comment, a gentleman from a naval commander from Littleton I think he was the intelligence officer or something like that. No, somebody's saying no. So we'll get a good answer later. I know someone back there has an answer to that question about the New Hampshire presence on the boat. Anything else? Seeing no hands. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Representative Wheeler is in the House. He's asked for 2 minutes. Welcome back, Representative Wheeler. Representative from Peterborough, I believe.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman Moffett, friends and colleagues on the House State and Federal Relations Committee. For the record, my name is Representative Jonah Wheeler. I represent the towns of Peterborough and Sharon. To answer your question, there was a commander on the ship named Commander Lewis from Colebrook. And I'm here today, Mr. Chairman, to lend my support for this very important legislation. The men, the service people who are on that boat, have not been heard by the United States government for 58 years. There was a false investigation that happened, Patsy investigation that the federal government held to lie about what happened on that boat. The official story the American people were given that boat was attacked for 5 minutes by one torpedo, and that an immediate apology was given. That could not be further from the truth. And there's people here who were on that boat who are going to testify to that, so I won't speak to that too much. But to me, Mr. Chairman, the state of New Hampshire has the opportunity here to stand strong in our transparent, open government that we take pride in, and open up the books and transparency and start the first genuine investigation into this issue that has occurred. Again, I'll let these men speak to it themselves, but what they went through on that boat is horrifying. As I was sitting back there listening to other people testify, I had to listen to them remember it. And they're remembering it right now as they sit here, as they have to come constantly to state after state, testifying, retelling their story, just to get heard by their government. These people served in one of the most dangerous times that this world has faced, maybe other than now. And here they are saying the government lied about what we went through, and we're going to say, well, we won't even study it. We have a study committee here before us. This isn't legislation with a stick. This isn't doing anything other than saying that we're going to study the issue. And however you might feel about the issue, I think you should look into it if you feel differently than angry that the government has lied about it. You should want a study committee because no answers have been given about this. So I'm 21 years old. I was far from alive in the 1967, but I'm here today because I'm a student of history, and I'm tired of the United States government lying to its people. And as a member of the state government of New Hampshire, who has sworn an oath to the United States Constitution, I feel it's my duty to speak up in favor of these men who served our nation and have been lied to by their leaders. So I don't really have anything other than that to say. And
Will you take any questions?
I will take some
Are there any,
questions.
Representative Mandelbaum?
But other people will speak more eloquently to this than I can.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So again, I'm not doubting the veracity of the claims by the survivors who are here in this room today. I thank you for your service and appreciate you stepping forward on this matter. I'm just trying to get a sense of the whole situation here. And Representative Wheeler, you said twice that there was a false investigation that the federal government held.
Yep.
Apart from the testimony of these survivors, what evidence do you have that it was a false investigation?
It's my opinion, and they lied about the investigation. There's plenty of evidence that if you go back and listen and watch the testimony about the investigation, you read up on it, that investigation was just as bad as the Warren Commission was.
Other questions? Representative Gagny.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. If you allow me, I'd like to read a short excerpt and ask the witness for his opinion on what I have here.
We do need a question, so if this leads to a question,
It would,
go ahead.
It would lead to this, hopefully. Okay, there was a commission set up by the government, by JAG, the Judge Advocate General. In June of 1967, I was assigned as, there's a captain here. I was assigned as senior legal counsel for the Navy's Court of Inquiry into the brutal attack on USS Liberty, which had occurred on June 8th. The late Admiral Isaac Kidd, president of the court, and I were given only 1 week to gather evidence for the Navy's official investigation into the attack, despite the fact that we both had estimated that a proper court of inquiry into an attack of this magnitude would take at least 6 months to conduct. Now, I'm going to skip a whole bunch of stuff. It was our shared belief, based on the documentary evidence and testimony that we received firsthand, that the Israeli attack was planned and deliberate and could not possibly have been an accident. I continue, I'm skipping a whole bunch of stuff so I can get your comments. Admiral Kidd and I both felt it necessary to travel to Israel to interview the Israelis who took part in the attack. Admiral Kidd telephoned Admiral McCain to discuss making arrangements. Admiral McCain was he was the boss. Admiral Kidd later told me that Admiral McCain was adamant that we were not to travel to Israel or contact the Israelis concerning this matter. And I'm going to end here, I think. I know from personal conversations I had with Admiral Kidd that President Lyndon Johnson and Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara, the DOD, ordered him to conclude that the attack was a case of mistaken identity, despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Admiral Kidd told me after returning from Washington, D.C., that he had been ordered to sit down with 2 civilians from either the White House or the Defense Department and rewrite portions of the court hearings. Sorry about that. Okay. Yeah, the other way. I got one. Must be almost done. I'm sorry. I apologize for the delay
good.
here, but this I feel is important because I was a sailor.
And there is a question coming.
There is absolutely a question coming. Admiral Kidd also told me that he had been ordered to put the lid on everything having to do with the attack on USS Liberty. We were never to speak of it, and we were to caution everyone else involved that they could never speak of it again. What say you on this matter?
I say that you know best, as a sailor yourself, a member of the Navy, that that is what happened. And there is a number of information out there, a lot of information about Lyndon Johnson's attitude towards this attack and how he did not care about those soldiers who were being bombarded. Doesn't matter who the country that was bombarding them. You're the commander in chief. You have soldiers being bombarded. Your ship is being sunk. It does not matter who is shooting at you. You take action. And he, instead of taking action, took action to help rewrite court hearings. He took action, the commission took action to rush them. As was stated, the admiral said that he had 1 week to gather what he said he needed 6 months to gather. That's what I mean when I say false investigation. You have people in power who have a vested interest in not telling the truth, who are out there trying to say, oh, we'll study the issue, and then producing a report such as this. We have before us an opportunity to genuinely study this issue, to compile that information in an official state government commissioned committee that we have charged with the power that we have as legislators. And I think Representative Gagné, you're absolutely correct that that's one of the many pieces of information that should be brought forward in a study committee like this.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Wheeler, a student of history. We can't have too many students of history, in my opinion.
No, we cannot.
As a history teacher.
We need more. We need more.
Okay, we do have a finite amount of time, as always, but we have at least a couple survivors from that ship and who have traveled some distance and have taken some time. So I definitely want to make sure that we give them some time. We don't have unlimited time, but we want very much to hear from them. We heard from, this measure a year ago, or last term, and spent a great deal of time on it. So we're already, those of us who've been on the committee, already fairly familiar with the incident. The question is whether or not we want to do a committee. But I'd like to, is Tom Lewin here? Tom, you were here last term, I believe, right? You were here last term when we took this up, I believe, correct? Welcome back. And thank you for your service, and please share with us what you can share. Tom traveled here from Auburn, Maine.
Thank you. My name is Tom Lewin. I was on supply department. I was a ship's barber, and I ran the ship's store at the same time. I'm going to give you what happened to me when I was there. My duty on the ship when during an attack or any time of being threatened was to go to DC Central, which is Damage Control Central. And in Damage Control Central, we would answer the calls, phone calls, from different departments. Mine was from the bridge. Anything the captain wanted, he would give it to his messenger. The messenger had the direct line to me, and we would talk, and we would dispatch whatever he wanted. We had also, there was 3 of us in this little 8x8 room. And I'll start off by going during that afternoon on a nice clear day. We were being observed by the Israel planes. One flew so close to us on the side of the ship that I could see that the pilot was smiling at us and waving. And we waved back at him, and he took off, and he waved his wings. Then lunch was over, or our break was over, and I went up to to open up the barber shop, and two guys were already waiting for me. We got in there, and the first guy, I call him Posty, he was the post office manager. He got in the chair, and Smitty, he sat down, and we just started talking, and the first scrape came. Excuse me. The bullets, when they hit the ship, they came down, and you could feel the whole ship. Okay, I'm okay, Mick. You could feel the whole ship rattling, and we didn't know what it was. And after the rattles, I heard screams. We didn't know what the hell is going on. Then all of a sudden, it's a general alarm. The horn starts ringing, and man your battle stations, man your battle stations. So we all start taking off, and all three of us start heading towards the hatch that goes out from my little shop. Was just had a hallway across it, and there was a hatch, and there was a stairway. Smitty went out the door first, and he went left. Posty went out second, and he went right. And I could take the stairway, but before the stairway, I looked out the door. I saw the plane banking, straighten out, and I started firing. You could see the sparks from the wings, and he was firing at Smitty. I knew it. I knew he was going to get him. Then I looked at that plane again, and I thought the pilot saw me. So I turned and ran for the stairs, and I dove. And as I'm doing, my room is lighting up. And luckily, my body was underneath the stairway. Down below me, there were some men waiting to come upstairs. But they didn't say a word. They just thought, what? I'm sorry, this is my first time that I'm able to say this. I made it down to the stairs and ran through the galley. And through the galley, I got into the hallway and into my area, my damage controls area. Damage control room was 8 by 8. It's a small room. Thank you, sir. It's a small room, and I got in. I think I might have been first, and then Steve Gershik was the second, and then the lieutenant. We all showed up. We started talking. We grabbed our phones and we started talking. And each time the planes were coming, they were making a figure 8 over the top of our ship. And when those bullets would come, you think you're in a barrel. And it was loud, very loud. I'm still ringing in my ears from it. This went on for several times, that the planes would go one way and then the other way, and this rattle come down. The ship would vibrate, and you could feel it, and you could feel it tilt, and the screams after just about every damn one of them. We got going, and I'll look at my notes for a minute here, kind of cool me down. They did about 8 swipes apiece, those planes. And then in those 8 swipes, they wiped out all of the antennas, all of the gunners. There's 4 gunners. Posty was cut in half. He got hit by a 40 caliber, 40 millimeter cannon. Nobody lived through that. Smitty was hit through the butt with a 50 caliber machine gun on a route to going. No, Smitty was later, but Posty never made it that time. I felt tremendous pressure from those bullets, and it became silent when the planes were empty. And about it, and I was talking to Virgil. He was telling me of what was taking place, and we dispatched to those areas. And then he said, "There's two big planes coming. Two big planes coming." And all of a sudden, they're dropping napalm. Napalm is very hot fire bombs. One of them hit right over our deck. Right there. We were one floor below the deck, right against the bridge. So we were exposed, and one of the bombs landed either directly on us or right next to us. The room got so darn hot that we thought we'd have to get out, but we had dispatched a fire crew, and the fire crew knocked it down quick enough to keep us inside. After the napalm bombs went by, and they did a lot more damage. I wish I could bring pictures of the ship, but I did not. I'm sorry. After that bombing,
Mr. Moulin, I first of all, I want to thank you for having the courage to relive what is clearly a horrific, painful experience. And of course, thank you for your service as always. I think we're all extremely captivated by living through this with you. We have a finite amount of time, and I want to give one or two other folks a chance to also have some time.
I'll make it shorter.
And would you take maybe one question? If yeah, go, please finish, but and maybe take a question. But I also want to give a couple other folks a chance to weigh in. So please continue.
Okay. All right. The PT boats come, and it's time for them. They sent 3 torpedoes at us, and we avoided them. The captain could steer that ship pretty well. He knew how to handle it really good. And then the other guys, they sent 2 more torpedoes at us. The last one is coming right straight at us, and they said, "Man, prepare for impact." When it hit, we all got thrown all over the place. Everything was dark. We were screaming at each other because our ears were twice. We were only 70 feet from the blast. They asked to repel boarders. I mean, not repel boarders. They asked to prepare to abandon ship. So the guys started getting the life rafts over. When the life rafts went over, Israel shot up the life rafts. Then they picked one of the life rafts up in the boat, I'm told. And they thought they recognized the USS Liberty. That's what they told us, that I was told anyway. That bomb that hole is 20 by 40. It's a large hole. It went right up. The ship was leaning at the time, and we were about 4 feet off the water. Those three PT boats, I'll call them PT boats, then took their machine guns after they cut and took care of the rafts, run around the boat, firing the machine guns with armor-piercing bullets, and put holes, 50 caliber holes, all the way around the boat. They want to sink us. They don't want us alive. They left when they were empty. And then when they were empty, a few minutes later, 3 helicopters are coming after us. 3 helicopters were armed with commanders in there, and they're ready to take the rest of us out. During the blast, we were unaware of it, but Virgil told me, he says, "You guys are trapped in that room. You can't get out." So when we had the sign of repel boarders. When they said repel boarders, that means we go grab our guns and we can fight by handguns off the ship. Well, they didn't plan on the armor being cut in half and losing the only man with the key to get to the weapons. We were all knew we were dead then. Then the pilot, one of the helicopters came to the bridge, and Virgil was telling me everything that's going on. He said the helicopter came real close, and they took a mic and they said, "Can we help you?" So that meant that word got out, and somebody knew that Israel was attacking our ship. The captain gave him the finger, and they turned around and took off. That's my story of that. Can I tell you one more thing?
Sure.
2 days later, Admiral Kidd came on the boat, and he got in front of us. We all got around him. He takes his bars off his collar, and he commended us for being such strong men. There's only about 70 of us guys left. Everybody else has gone in the helicopters and gone, right? We had loaded 174 wounded, and 34 men were dead. Were all left off the ship. He took those officers, and he commanded us. He thought that we did a wonderful job. And then he asked for a few comments, and he got them. Then he puts his bars back on, and he said, "No, I'm going to tell you guys, if you ever say one word to your friend or your family or anybody, each other, I'll put you in jail, and you ain't ever going to come out." And he repeated that a couple of times and took off.
And this is from Admiral Kidd.
That's from Admiral Kidd. Now, I have been angry at that son of a bitch ever since. He destroyed my faith in this government.
Well, I think that we get that. And again, I've already thanked you once. I'll thank you again for your very compelling and brave testimony here. The one question that I did want to ask you, and you can probably answer yes or no, do you think the federal government was engaged in a major cover-up that still needs attention?
There's no doubt. There's no question in my mind.
I'll take that as a yes.
That's a yes.
Anyone else have any questions? Representative Foss.
Thank you so much, sir, for coming here and for your bravery. In your perfect world, I suppose, what do you want the federal government to do if this committee does find that the investigation was, I suppose, at the very least, inadequate? What is it that that just personally, because I know you can't speak for all survivors, what is your ideal outcome?
My outcome is to have them apologize to each and every one of us. It's and not make a mistake like that again with somebody else.
Other questions? Representative Mandelbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm going to echo my fellow members of the committee in thanking you for your powerful testimony and your bravery on that day. What would it mean to you if the state were to form such a committee?
I'm sorry, you have to speak up.
Yep, in your own words, what would it mean to you if the state were to form this committee?
What would it mean to me? It would make me feel like the door is opening. We'd finally get some answers.
Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Plant.
Sir, thank you for my question. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate your service sincerely. In your opinion, since you were there and had a firsthand account, do you agree that the outcome of the investigations that the federal government did, in your personal experience there, do you believe they were Israeli aircraft, or are you saying that it may have been a different state actor?
The first two planes that went by were not marked, but the boats were marked. They had flags on them saying that they were from Israel. They had the Israel flags on them.
Thank you.
Seeing no other hands, Representative Rollins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. As a Gold Star father, I understand the pain and what you guys have gone through. Okay, I've lost my son in Iraq. I had closure. I'm asking you, have you people had closure yet on this issue?
How can you?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mullen. Thank you very much. I have 3 more cards. Catherine Peters has asked for 4 minutes. Jason Gerhardt has asked for 3 minutes. We do have a schedule that we're obviously going to be somewhat flexible with. I do want to give Mike LeMay some time. Is he here? Right there. I don't want to have any time limit on him because he's come from Florida, and I think Mr. LeMay is a survivor, I'm pretty sure, of the Liberty. So please tell us what you'd like us to hear.
First of all, I want to thank Tom. This is the first time he's ever talked openly about what he saw. Okay, I didn't go through the horrors that Tom went through. I was hit on the first strafing. I do want to say that it was an incredibly beautiful day. The ocean was like a mirror. And my biggest problem now is nobody's ever asked me officially what I saw or what happened that day. And they accepted I made a mistake. I didn't know it was a U.S. ship. Okay, the day was beautiful. I saw one of the fighters. It was an unmarked French Mirage jet, I'm told. He was flying the same way we were, and he wasn't even 60 feet above us. I could have waved to the pilot that day, and he could have waved back. That's how close he was. And I was going up to the 04 level. That's the highest deck you could be on the ship outside. And it was just the full width of the ship, but maybe 15 feet in size. And I turned to the officer up there that's supposed to identify all the planes that go by. And I said, "Did you see that fighter, sir?" And he said, "No." "Where is it?" And I walked closer to him and turned to point to the fighter that I saw. And that's when the first strafing hit. It came by, and like Tom explained, the ship shook like crazy. And I looked down, and there was blood coming out of every part of my body. And I looked at the lieutenant, and he looked just like me. And I said, "Hey, I'm getting the F out of here." And I ran, hit the ladder, just like you see in the movies. I slid down, didn't touch a rung, got inside the 03 level, inside the ship. And there was glass everywhere. And I didn't realize it, but my knee had been shattered. And I fell to the deck and crawled down another deck inside the ship. At that point, one of my shipmates, and this is comical, how crazy the mind works, I was crawling around the corner going into officers' country, and he goes, "Are you hurt?" And I honestly looked up to this shipmate of mine and says, "No, I like crawling on the deck." And we both laughed. I mean, I can't get over that. I even could do that. But we did laugh. But anyhow, he threw a tourniquet on my leg and went to get help to bring me down to sick bay. And I don't know how long it took him to get there. But I know I did black out a number of times before he got back. And they threw a tourniquet on my leg. They put me in a stretcher and started carrying me down into sick bay. As we're turning the corner, the corpsman came by and told him, "Take the tourniquet off his leg. We don't want him to lose it." And with that, they put me on the deck, and he starts untying it, and a rocket comes through the overhead. Now, I'm 2 decks inside the ship, and I can see blue sky, and the only time he ever saw a cloud was a little white cloud on that hole where the rocket had come through. Then I blanked out, and I woke up in sick bay, which was the mess decks. They converted all the tables into beds and put mattresses on. And I can remember passing out, waking up. And one time I woke up, prepare for a torpedo attack. I remember hearing that. I don't remember the torpedo hitting. I do remember hearing, "Prepare to abandon ship." And I don't know if I blacked out anymore or not, but I do remember them canceling the abandoned ship. And later on, I had heard what Tom had told you. They were sinking the life rafts as they threw them over the side. So I'm assuming the captain thought we were safer to stay on the ship as long as it didn't sink than to try to go over the side. Again, it was a beautiful day. There's no way that plane did not know we were an American ship. On the bow, we had a letter G, 10 feet tall, TR5, General Research Technical Vessel is what we were on. It was a spy ship. It was controlled, I'm told, by the NSA. And unfortunately, where the torpedo hit was the only place that the torpedo could hit us without sinking us. Within 6 inches, either way or the other, the ship would have split in half and we would have all died. No questions in my mind. You brought up a number of things that I wanted to make comments on. I did not have Admiral Kidd tell me what he told my shipmates, but every one of my shipmates have said the same thing. I have never, ever once been officially asked by any government what I saw that day. And to me, if you're doing an investigation, every crew member has to be questioned. Now, Admiral Kidd took a bunch of them all together and asked them a question, and they answered, and then they were sworn not to talk about it for the rest of their lives. From what I understand, the admiral that did the commissioned people on board the ship swore them to secrecy till the day he died. And he died 15 years later, and that's when the assault of the Liberty came out. And that's when they started talking about it. And I think we just figured we could too. So we started talking. Myself, I went from the Liberty to the USS America, an aircraft carrier. That's where they saved my life. I was on there for about 2 months. They shipped me to Naples, Italy. They put us on the top floor so they could control anybody that could come up and ask us questions. I was in Naples when they tried to take out some of the shrapnel of me. I had 4 cardiac arrests while they were doing that. So the doctor said, we'll leave them in. And if you ever have problems, we'll take them out when you have problems. I still have 52 pieces of shrapnel in me. I went from Naples, Italy to the Army Hospital in Germany. When I got to the Germany hospital, they put me in a ward where there had to be 15 Vietnam veterans from the Vietnam War injured. I wasn't there 3 minutes. They picked me up, put me on a gurney, brought me to a private room, and some officer came in and says, your name is Smith, and if anyone asks you about the Liberty, you know nothing. Now, me being a dumb 23-year-old kid, I figured while I was in the hospital, that's the only time I had to be quiet. I didn't get the threat that Tom and the crew that didn't get injured happened. The crew was only 294 men. That's all we had. 174 were wounded. 34 were dead. These few guys saved my life. I'm sorry. It never stops. My problem is the United States believed Israel that it was a mistake. The ship they claim that was the ship that was shelling the beach, and you can't shell the beach with 450 caliber guns, was half the size, wasn't even seaworthy. It was a animal, a cow ship that they shipped cows or cattle or something on. The Liberty was an immaculate ship. It was no way you could make a mistake that it was anything other than a U.S. vessel. The captain was the biggest pain in the butt that anyone could be because he followed the book. Going from Norfolk to Africa, which was our normal duty station, if I went out without a hat on, I'd have been put on report. If I didn't salute an officer, I'd have been put on report. This is how ridiculous the captain was. We had general quarter drills, which is to practice for attacks, 2-3 times a week. I can remember thinking to myself, this guy's crazy. He's too much of this baloney. Thank God he did it. The only reason we're alive today is because he trained everybody to do the right thing. I was the electrical department. I was in charge of the electricity for the ship. My duty station was the generator, one of the most important parts you can have when you're in a battle. You have to have electricity to keep the ship running. I was hit on the first strafing. Okay. But my crew knew how to act and keep that ship going because we were trained so well by our captain. You mentioned that the captain got the Medal of Honor. Yes, but they insulted us. He got it from the Secretary of the Navy in the Naval Shipyard. And any other time anyone got the Medal of Honor, they got it at the White House from the President of the United States. And he deserved the Medal of Honor. The doctor was seriously injured and kept us all alive. He deserved probably the Medal of Honor too for not letting anybody that got into that room except one person die. Everyone else survived. And the lieutenant commander that died stayed away too long. By the time he got there, nobody could save him.
Mr. LeMay, thank you so much. I want to make sure you understand that there are more people listening and will listen to your testimony than are in this room. This is being recorded and is being watched by many folks, and many more will be watching it. It'll be on YouTube forever. So please know that you are being heard. Would you take a question or two?
I'll take any questions you want to ask.
The same question, I want to repeat the same question I asked your predecessor. I think I know the answer. Do you think that the federal government covered up a serious situation here?
Yes, no doubt in my mind.
I figured that would be your answer. That's kind of why we're here. Representative Foss.
Thank you, sir, and thank you as well for coming to speak here today. And side note, I'm really pleased to see how you and your fellow survivors are supporting each other still. I'm also going to ask the same question. What do you want from the federal government? What's your ideal outcome?
For me, not to feel like they think I'm a liar. I want the truth. What I saw, what I told you that day, if you want me to, I'll take an oath to tell you that I'm telling you the truth. I'm not afraid to do any of that. The truth, that they intentionally attacked us knowing we were a U.S. vessel. Our commander-in-chief, President Johnson, 2 times called planes that were coming to our aid, wouldn't allow them come to our aid. When we were on our way into the Mediterranean, now normally our duty station was the west coast of Africa. We'd spend 3 months going up and down the west coast of Africa in the spy section of the ship, I'm assuming listened to what was going on the beach. And we were in Abidjan at the time of the 6-day war started, and then we were ordered to go into the Mediterranean. Now, I've been told that the captain asked for a destroyer escort because we only had 450 caliber guns. We should have never been in that war zone without an escort. The admiral told the captain that he can have airstrike help within 12 minutes anywhere in the Mediterranean. So the captain accepted that as, okay, we'll be okay. Now, like Tom mentioned, first of all, they jammed all our frequencies to call out emergency. Even though the equipment was working, we couldn't get anything out, a Mayday, but we did somehow get one Mayday out because the USS America and the USS Saratoga sent planes to our aid. And with that, and again, I'm only tell you what Commander Lewis told me. He was really hurt bad when the attack happened, and he went on a frigate or a destroyer. I don't know what ship it was. It wasn't the America. And he met with the admiral, so I'm assuming it was the flagship. And the admiral told him that he called the U.S. and told him that he was sending planes to help the Liberty. And he told us that McNamara called the planes back.
McNamara being the Secretary of Defense.
Correct.
God bless you, and God bless the folks who, the medical people who did what they did back in 1967. I think we need to remember them as well. I know you came a long way, and as I said, a lot of people beyond this room are hearing and will hear your words. I want to get to the last two folks. Representative Gagg, you have a question?
Only I can defer if the other two are also service members on the ship. Otherwise, I'd like to ask the ship.
The last two speakers that I have cards for were not on the ship. So go ahead, Representative Gaggy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, sir, for taking my question. I'm a Navy guy too, Navy guy, and I was there in that area about a year before you guys got hit.
Oh, wow, okay.
Now, my understanding is, if I hear your testimony right, that your duty station was off the west coast of Africa.
Our normal duty
Yeah,
station,
I was
yes.
involved in that I was a tin can sailor, the Noah that picked up John Glenn
Oh,
in
okay.
'62. And when we went on these recovery missions, that's where we were stationed, up and down the west coast of Florida. Okay, now I see that you're Crow, and were you a second class electrician?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry if I'm going off the deep end, but this is so important to me. I am pro-Israel. Okay, your incident and what's happening now are two different pies, right? What happened to you guys, from my reading here and listening to the, I think, an hour and a half thing for Candace Owens, I think was her
Yes,
name.
right.
That, and you know, and what scares me a little bit is I understand everything that you're talking about, going down the ladders, all that stuff. Now, now let's go back to off the coast. Do you know for a fact that you were in international waters?
Only because they told me where we were.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you how far.
Okay. And when the Israeli jets came on and started their action, were you said you were on the 04 deck?
Yes.
That's topside, right?
Correct.
Is that around the signal bridge
It's
over the
above-
pilot
it's
house?
above it.
It's
Yeah.
above the pilot house.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Two decks above the pilot
I was a
house.
signalman.
Okay.
Did you notice that day if we had the American flag flying?
I can't tell you that I looked up and saw it.
Okay, before then, when
But-
you were
oh,
underway.
yeah, I've seen
and
it
other
many a times. My belief on
could you
that,
tell
though-
me, could you tell me approximately how big that flag was?
I would assume about the size of that flag there. Pretty much a standard one. It was the regular flag, not the holiday one yet. Yeah,
Probably
whatever
a
that
5x7.
Yeah,
I
probably
think I
something
was
like
a
that.
signalman. I was in charge of the bunting locker.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so
Follow up?
thank you, sir. Thank you for your. I really don't have much of anything else except that I think I would go after the then administration more. What gave the Israelis the authority or the freedom to do what they did? No, my personal opinion, sir, if you agree with me or not, is that they had like a carte blanche to try to get us involved.
This is really probably executive session
Yes, and
material.
I apologize to you, Mr.
And-
Chairman. I have no more questions.
And we need to let you go. Fair winds following seas. Thank you for coming here. We're not done with this. And as I said before, God bless you. And I want to get to the last two cards.
Can I say one more thing?
Of course.
Okay. On the second planes coming to our aid, now I can tell you what I thought. The plane I saw was unmarked. It attacked us. I thought it was Egypt. And I believe the rest of the crew felt the same way I did. But again, Commander Lewis, talking to the admiral had told him that Johnson turned back the second flight and said to him, "We will not embarrass our allies." So we're in the battle. The battle lasted 2 hours about. He knows Israel is attacking us. We don't. We think it's Egypt. We thought it was Egypt until, did the planes have the Star of David? The napalm?
The planes had napalm.
No, did they have the Star of David?
I don't think
Yeah.
any of the
But the torpedo boat, or the torpedo boats that came, they had the Star of David. And my shipmates told me they were excited. We have help coming. Until they shot the torpedoes at us.
And then for an hour, they circled the ship. Now, on the stern of the ship, we had GTR-5 on the port and starboard side, and in between them, we had Liberty in English, the name of the ship. But for an hour, they kept going around, shooting at water level, trying to put holes in the side of the ship to sink it.
Understood?
Okay.
Understood. And again, should a committee be established, that is the type of thing that the committee would get into in detail. And if we had more time, I know we'd all love to hear more. I do want to get to Catherine Peterson, who's asked for 4 minutes. Catherine's here from Nashua. Welcome, Catherine.
I have trouble moving.
Good morning, everybody. In the interest of time, I'm New Hampshire native. My cousin was 18 from Nashua and joined the Navy and went right off to pick up these fine gentlemen when aid was finally allowed. Jim Makris, his whole life was affected. Same thing, wasn't allowed to tell anybody about the incident whatsoever. And I would like my state, I would like for you to find compassion in your hearts to let these 300 veterans finally speak the truth and come out from under their gag order. It's not fair.
Thank you, Miss Catherine, or Miss
Peterson.
Yes.
My dad was also Navy many years.
My dad was in the Navy.
Yeah.
The gag order obviously has been lifted because these folks have sounded off to us, and it's on the World Wide Web. It's on YouTube.
They're still courageous.
This is testimony that supplements what we heard last term. And thank you for stepping up and saying what you've said. Would you take a question, or is anything
absolutely
anything else that any other point that you want us to make sure is heard?
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll let Jason Gerhard come up.
And the last card is Jason Gerhard of Northfield. He was a state representative who initially brought this measure to this committee last term. He's asked for 3 minutes. Welcome back, former representative.
Thank you, Chairman. Member of the hot mic. Members of the committee. I'd like to just kind of cover some things that I think were not clearly established previously. The fact of the matter is there are still documents being held by the federal government that are classified relating to this event. I'm referencing an antiwar.com article by Michelle Kanukin. She's awesome, and she's been fighting in court to get these documents released, unclassified, for years. And I just want to read a couple paragraphs from this to kind of explain what's going on. In court, the government responded. This is a very recent, I believe it was last month or so, they ruled on this. Who had sat for.
We're usually careful about reading other testimony, but if this, I'm sure this is relevant. So go ahead and read that. But
well, yeah,
you asked for 3 minutes.
Well, it's quoting the court's response to the reason why they wouldn't declassify these documents.
Okay. Have at it.
Thank you. In court, the government responded in part by asserting that the release of many of these nearly 60-year-old records was properly denied because the information they contained, if disclosed, quote, could be expected to result in damage to the national security, which includes defense against transnational terrorism. To people like me, who I'm just a carpenter, I did a little stint in the State House, but I left after one term. I find this to be completely comical. The idea that we have an incident from the late 60s that can't be released because it would cause transnational terrorism. I'm not too concerned about these men being terrorists. I mean, what are we worried about here? There's been a cover-up of such a massive degree that I think it's hard for us in this room to really kind of take it in unless you've been researching this, which to a very detailed degree, which I do not claim to have done, but these men lived it and others have. That we've gotten to the point now where the only recourse that we have is through the state government. Our federal government has set sail in a lot of ways, and they don't seem to be coming back to reality. There's a lot of entrenched interests that want to see certain things covered up, never to see the light of day again. And I'd want to just close with establishing why this is the proper venue for establishing the truth of a historical incident, but one that affects us to this day. This is from the same article, but I just very quickly. Finally, New Hampshire and other states can and should act as part of a vigorous federalism. As James Madison observed in Federalist Number 45, under the U.S. Constitution, the states, quote, retain a very extensive portion of active sovereignty, and state governments may be regarded as constituent and essential parts of the federal government. As Madison elaborated in Federalist Number 51, the United States is not a single republic, but a compound republic with power surrendered by the people, divided between two distinct governments. The division of power between the federal and state governments creates double security to the rights of the people, such that the different governments will control each other. And it goes in a little more detail, but the basic point is that the reason we have committees in the state government is to research and do oversight on situations that need such research. In the federal government, the committees have it's much easier to issue subpoenas and get testimony. In the state government, we've been pretty much neutered to the point that you can't really do much. But this is something that can be done. And this is why, realistically, this is why you guys are here. Yes, it's to pass bills and everything else, but more importantly, you don't pass a bill unless you know what the problem is. And you need to know what the problem is by investigating that problem. Hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. But the point is, we need you guys to ask questions. And if you have any questions, we have these folders that were set up by Representative Sabourin that contain all of information that is really needed to kind of get a grasp on what's going on, including the obituary of Commander Lewis, who was from Colebrook, New Hampshire, and he was in charge of all of the intelligence. The NSA guys on board, 170, so the majority of the crew were basically spies or working with them. And then we have emails detailing from the government saying that that was the only investigation, the Naval Court of Inquiry. So it's worth your time to at least skim through these documents to understand what's going on. There's just a lot of historical context that unfortunately we had over an hour, but it can't really be delved into in enough depth. So hopefully that kind of helps. And I really
Thank you for that, Mr. Gerhard. So could perhaps Representative Mannion, who is a co-sponsor, could the folder of the documents go to him?
Well, we have, Matt made one for every one of you guys.
Oh, okay. Well, there we go.
Yeah.
Any questions for the original sponsor, Representative Lloyd?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So, in your opinion, I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this in a question, so please forgive me and give me a little time to pull it together. Would you believe?
Yeah, you got it.
So, how would it be possible for us to declassify, or what do you think is going to happen when we come up with information? Like, should this committee be formed, we come up with information, we submit that to the federal government, and then they say, yeah, but those records are classified. How do we proceed at that point? Because my concern, I guess, would be giving any false hope as a resolution.
My initial reaction would be to stop giving them any money and just stop paying the tax on federal income. But realistically, Trump recently signed an executive order releasing the files on MLK, the JFK assassination, and I believe RFK. So I think we're at a different point now that things that were previously classified, it's much easier now to make a push for declassifying these documents from the same era as these other documents that are being declassified. Does that make sort of sense? Okay.
Right to know, transparency, I think, is the point that's being made here. One quickie.
Thank you. Are you the one that stated that Pete Hegseth, who's going to be the next DOD, would be amenable to getting involved with this, or have I got a different bill?
That would be the Defend the Guard bill, I believe. But hey, he might be on board with this too, so we'll see.
That designated DOD chief, Defense Department Secretary Hegseth, that had to do with Defend the Guard, which is HB 104. Thank you, former representative.
Thank you, everyone.
And with that, I will call an end to that hearing. I do want to say that the Admiral McCain that Representative Gagné referred to in his earlier reading, I believe, is a father of John McCain, correct? Okay, at this time, we have one more measure this morning. That would be HCR 8, the concurrent resolution. Representative Barton, is he still here? Yes, he is. That should have been in the package.
So I didn't see Representative Gagné at the beginning of the hearings. Do you remember when he came in?
Yeah, he can confirm. Okay, the chair recognizes the prime sponsor. It would be Representative Barton for House Concurrent Resolution 8. A concurrent resolution is one that goes to the Senate as opposed to an HR, which is strictly a House resolution. So this is a concurrent resolution urging Congress to find that the Piscataqua River and the Portsmouth Harbor lie within the state of New Hampshire. So welcome, Representative Barton, and have at it, as I like to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you may or may not know that I think it was under Governor Lynch, a similar resolution was passed in 2005. So this is like the 20-year anniversary. I worked at Portsmouth Naval Shipyard for almost 16 years. And this was a highly contentious issue. And I happened to have read the entire report that was produced from Senator Bob Smith, which I have here and I'd like to submit. Unfortunately, it's 85 pages. I only have one copy. I'd like to talk about this, but before I do, the differences between that 2005 resolution and my proposed resolution, the language is exactly the same with one exception. I asked I included language to ask the President of the United States to issue an executive order to change the duty stations of those service members and employees at Portsmouth Naval Shipyard from Kittery, Maine, properly to Portsmouth, New Hampshire. And I think that's attainable. So I hope that we could put this resolution through, and it might have a little bit of teeth. I have copies of that original HC4. I think it was a joint, HC4 from 2005. If the committee members want a copy, I can pass that around. Now, I'd like to get into some of the parts of this report and some of the issues or some history and background of the border dispute as I know it. And in reading this report and looking at the 1977 court case where it established the boundary of or the separation of the fishing lanes from the mouth of the Piscataqua out to the Isle of Shoals. That's all that was established there. When New Hampshire took issue with Maine saying, hey, the shipyard in Badgers Island, they belong to us, because Maine was saying it's the middle of the river. Well, that wasn't established in that 1977 decision. When it went to the Supreme Court, though, the Supreme Court cited judicial estoppel, saying it was already decided in this case. They didn't separate the mouth of the river out to the middle of the ocean from the actual river inland. According to the documentation that was gathered by Senator Smith's team, the proper boundary of New Hampshire goes to the high water mark on the main side. So we own all of including all islands and small islands and all of that stuff belongs to New Hampshire. Unfortunately, Congress has to establish that, and it's never actually been concretely established. So the resolution also asks our congressionals to take legislative action. But I think, again, issuing an executive order could correct some of the tax situation of the service members and the federal employees at Portsmouth Naval Shipyard. So I will also submit, and I have it electronically, but I'll submit this copy of that report. And finally, I have another piece of evidence. It's a peculiar document that I obtained while working at the shipyard. It's not confidential or anything. It's a position description from 1998. An OF8 is the form type. And on this form, it originally says a duty station of Portsmouth, New Hampshire here. And it was lined out and handwritten Kittery, Maine. So, for the longest time, the shipyard considered itself to be part of Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and properly so. But I would submit this document also for what it's worth. I don't know why it was penned and inked and it was not properly revised. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Representative Barton. Very interesting. So we're looking for the President of the United States to do an executive order, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And there was a precedent. There was a previous 2005 resolution. And what was the resolution to that resolution? What?
It was passed with overwhelming bipartisan support. So I expect this resolution to also pass. Maybe we can have a 20-year anniversary party to pass this resolution and reaffirm our position on our boundary, and maybe actually get something done for those New Hampshire citizens that work and serve at the shipyard.
Thank you. Other questions for the Prime? Representative Mandelbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Representative Barton, just for the record, I want to make sure I have this correct. Would you say that the language in this continuing resolution is the same as the 2005 resolution, with the exception that the new resolution posits that the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard lies in Portsmouth, not Kittery?
I think the language is exactly the same, except for the request.
Okay.
Even and I have it here if you want to compare. I have the 2005 resolution right here. If you want, I can pass it around. Should I pass it around?
That might be useful if you could give the clerk a copy of the previous one. Before you go, any other questions for the Prime?
About the, thanks for taking my question. But about the 85-page document, is that online anywhere, or can I don't know if we have the abilities with our clerk to scan that, or possibly?
I found it in a box that was going to be tossed out while working at the shipyard, I think in like 2010. And I recognized it as that report. It's not classified or anything like that. So I made a copy. I did scan it in myself, but you're welcome to do whatever you like with this copy. It's very, very informative.
Do we have the abilities to do that possibly? So we have that information?
Yes, I'm sure that Davis, the scan, there's a scan capability here at the our researcher can help with that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Barton. Seeing no other hands, we have two more cards. Eudice James, if I said that correctly, is is Mr. James, if that is a he, is not seeing him. I have one other card. Mark Stetner from Portsmouth has asked for 10 minutes, up to 10 minutes, 10 minutes or less. There he is. Welcome, Mr. Stetner from Portsmouth. So that's right in your neighborhood.
This is my first time speaking before anyone in New Hampshire government, so forgive me if I don't know the protocols and how it happens. So I'd like to tell you a little bit about the background so you know what it consists of. I graduated from SUNY Maritime College, State University of New York, Merchant Marine Academy. I graduated with a Bachelor of Engineering in Naval Architecture. I also graduated with a U.S. Coast Guard Third Mate's License, Unlimited Tonnage Oceans. I'm also because of that license, I'm a Master or Captain 100-ton and 200-ton Chief Mate. My first job was working at Military Sealift Command as a naval architect in Washington, D.C. Then I transferred in 1999 to Portsmouth Naval Shipyard. I was employed as a naval architect, senior naval architect at Portsmouth Naval Shipyard from about 1999 till I recently retired December 31st of this year. I've lived through this. I have firsthand knowledge. I have experience and background on the issue. And I've put together some key points that I'd like to go over with you. Some of them may have been touched on by Joe.
If they've been touched on already, you don't need to repeat them.
Okay.
So,
sure.
You know, just to keep
Okay.
things rolling. Sure.
The Supreme Court never decided the boundary between Maine and New Hampshire. The only line between New Hampshire and Maine is a fishing rights line that goes from the entrance of Portsmouth Harbor to Gosport Harbor to settle a lobster dispute. That's it. There is no boundary from the mouth of Portsmouth Harbor up the river ever established by Congress. I have a nautical chart which I laid it out, which might be easier to see if I only made one copy of all my information. So I'd like to submit this.
Good. The clerk would love to put that into our folder.
Okay.
Sure.
All right. Shipyard workers have been unlawfully taxed by Maine since the 1970s. This happened because some comptroller who worked at the shipyard and lived in Maine unilaterally changed the duty station and duty location on that form that Joe presented to you for all the shipyard workers from Portsmouth Naval Shipyard, duty station and duty location to Kittery, Maine. What happened? When that's changed, Maine now has the ability to tax the shipyard workers because it's reported as income to Maine. I estimated that I personally, as a Portsmouth, New Hampshire resident, gave over $100,000 of my income to the state of Maine unlawfully. Let's multiply that by the thousands of shipyard workers since this happened. We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars are going to Maine. That money lawfully should be at the disposal of New Hampshire residents. Estimated $5,000 a year for every single New Hampshire resident, whether you're Democrat, Republican, whatever your affiliation is. That's better spent here. That's better spent doing whatever, spending on businesses, paying for child support, whatever, than going to Maine illegally. This is hundreds of millions of dollars here. Hundreds. Okay. Settling this matter would boost New Hampshire's economy. For the employees to be free to spend this income in New Hampshire if they choose. The President of the United States can declare / direct that the duty station and the duty location is Portsmouth, New Hampshire. This is legal right of the executive branch to do so. Changing that one line on those actually OF8s they're called, instantly cuts off Maine from getting our income. New Hampshire residents don't have to give it to Maine. Now, if you're a Maine resident, of course, you're still going to pay Maine income taxes, but New Hampshire residents won't. Now, let's talk about how unfair this is right now. Typically, property taxes in New Hampshire are twice those in Maine because we don't have an income tax is one of the reasons. So as a shipyard worker living in New Hampshire, I'm paying double the property taxes and I'm paying Maine income tax. 3. Okay? It's not cheap living here anymore. Okay? So that's a big problem. Since there's another issue is enforcement of maritime laws. Since there's no defined border, it's impossible for marine enforcement to enforce boating laws. Okay? If someone's in an accident because they're intoxicated and somebody loses their life or there's a casualty, whatever, in the middle of in the Piscataqua River, what jurisdiction are they under? Nobody knows. That's a problem. So this is the same issue as 20 years ago, but it's different. Back then, the Supreme Court was not the proper venue to take this to, from what I've read. The proper venue is urging Congress to fix the border dispute, resolve it once and for all. Short-term fix. President or directs someone to change the duty station, duty location. So immediately the taxes are going not to Maine for New Hampshire residents, but are staying, that salary is staying in New Hampshire. Short-term fix. Long-term fix, Congress fixes the border. Now, this is nothing new as far as this dispute. It's been going on for a while. When I was working at the shipyard, every time there was a news article, what I did is I printed it, gathered them all together, and found them all, and I stapled them all together. It would be a really good idea for this committee to look over these news articles. And
Can we have them?
Absolutely. I only have one copy, so that's why I brought them for you.
We don't want to take your only copy, but we.
No, you can.
If that's for us, that would be great.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. I know how to find them back online so I could resurrect them again. So I'm really praying that this committee passes this resolution. It's going to make a huge difference now for New Hampshire residents that work at the shipyard. Because the cost of real estate, I couldn't afford to live in Portsmouth now if I wanted to. I'm lucky I bought my house 20 years ago, but 25 now. But that little extra, well, not little, but that thousands of dollars extra, those new hires and those people that are just living paycheck to paycheck, that money can help them out instead of going to Maine, where it doesn't do anything for them.
Understand what you've said about the taxes and the money. Anything else?
No, I'm open to any questions that this committee has.
Are there any questions, Representative Bennett?
Thank you for taking my question. I'm a little unclear as to, was it, at what point you said it was somebody somewhere just changed it arbitrarily? So do you have a time where it was the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard, and then when it changed, like, I can't imagine that many people waking up one day and, oh, the address has changed and it wasn't a problem. Can you explain a little bit more about that process?
So what I understood happened is a comptroller for the shipyard who happened to live in Maine realized, hey, the shipyard made the decision himself or herself, I don't know. Hey, it's in Maine. They got to cross a bridge to get here. It's in Maine, so they're not paying Maine income taxes. And he started this person started changing all those PDs from Portsmouth Naval Shipyard and the duty station to Kittery, Maine. Then all of a sudden, the government form, had Maine on it, which triggered Maine income taxes.
Good history there.
And also, it's interesting what Joe Barton pointed out is it was sluggish. There's all these different PDs. You might have a secretary, you might have an engineer, you might have this and that. It took quite a while for them to slowly change the paperwork. But it was originally Portsmouth Naval Shipyard for duty station and duty location for a long, long time.
Portsmouth, not Kittery Naval Station.
Correct.
Other questions? See, Representative Mandelbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Stutner, have you spoken with anyone at the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard about this bill and gotten their view on it?
I have not spoken to Portsmouth Naval Shipyard about this bill, but I will say one thing. Why does the federal government care? Okay. The reason why I say that is because apparently, if you're in a leadership position and you happen to live in Maine, you do care because they feel that they're going to have to pay higher Maine income taxes if they lose New Hampshire's. So they, even though the Maine budget is huge, they're afraid of maybe having to pay $1 or $2 extra taxes that they don't have to.
As a Granite Stater, I like your math, and I think Representative Mandelbaum asked a good question. And we'll have some time to do some research on our own before we exec this. My gut feeling is a resolution that's kind of pro-New Hampshire would find favor here, but I don't want to get ahead of myself. Other questions? Seeing no hands, thank you, sir, Mr. Stetson. And with that, I will end the hearing on HCR 8. We're going to recess at this time until 1 p.m. when our next scheduled measure is going to happen. I'm going to ask the folks on the blue team. We're looking to have a caucus. The red team folks. We had a couple people coming in to talk to us. So if you could excuse us until 1 p.m. We have an office. If Representative Seibert, if you want to hang out in our office or whatever space. I don't know if you want to get together with your folks. We're not going to exec anything this afternoon, but we did have a caucus scheduled, so we're going to do that at this time. So we'll see everybody back at 1 p.m. And whoever's on the fourth floor running the video as we go to our caucus, you can feel free to turn the video off. I'm sure you'll do that anyway. And we'll see everybody at 1 p.m. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone, to, we have one measure this afternoon, and that measure is H.R. 11, House Resolution 11, a resolution urging the United States government to investigate allegations of abuse of minorities, especially Hindus, Buddhists, Christians, and other religious minorities by the interim government of Bangladesh. So that is a very interesting HR that we're going to hear about. The prime sponsor is our colleague, Representative Abul Khan of Rockingham 30. Representative Khan, welcome. Great to see you here. Looking forward to your presentation, your introduction. So welcome.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, member of the committee, my colleagues. Before I start my thing, I'm just coming off with all of you the testimony of 256. I was glad that I was here for that testimony, and I have to salute all of you that served for our country, United States of America, all the veterans here in the committee and anybody in the present. Please take my salute.
Thank you for that, Representative.
Thank you. Thank you again, from my heartful, thanks for that, your service. Honorable Chairman, honorable member of the committee, I am your colleague Abul B. Khan, representing Seabrook for the 6th term. I'm here before you to ask about my native country, Bangladesh, where I was born 65 years ago next month. I immigrated to the United States 45 years ago on January 10th of this month, 10 days before Ronald Reagan took office. Since that time, I had many friends, relatives living in Bangladesh, and I was a frequent visitor of my birth country. Last August 5th of 2024, many things changed in that beautiful country. A fundamentalist group with the student uprising took over the country's power and installed a noble laureate named Dr. Yunus. Since that time, the country has been in turmoil, lots of targeted attack on religious minorities and political opposition in their homes, businesses, and religious places. The government is not taking any step to stop this kind of violence. On November 25th, a well-known Hindu religious leader, Chinmoy Krishna Das, was arrested and detained without any due process of law, without any bail. His fault was he was vocal regarding minority rights. The government alleged that he disrespected the Bangladeshi flag, which is not considered a big crime in the real world. My colleagues, I'm urging you, please approve the resolution and stand with all the minority religious people of the world. Show them we are with them and ask the United States government to take a stand and investigate those allegations. And thank you very much. And what I'm doing, Mr. Chairman and my colleagues, that doing so, what I, before you, I might not be able to go to my native country ever again if that government stays in the power. So please, I'm urging you that, you take a appropriate action. And I am not a person that file bills left and right. You can see my record. If it did not hit my heart, and if it is not a issue that it can affect my living on the country I live, the country we all live, it can come to here as a fundamentalist that is, a country, Bangladesh, it has 173 million people, and the area is like our state called Wisconsin. That kind of a small area has a lot of people and lots of fundamentalists, Islamic fundamentalists. They are in rising. They could, I don't want to use the terrorist because we need to see it, but that is the breeding ground for that. That is the breeding ground for that. We, living in the United States, we need to do something about it. Anywhere in the world that kind of rise is going, and we know we are suffering every day. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, board member, for listening to me.
Thank you, Representative. Would you take any questions or?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I forgot. I'm so nervous. I forgot that I have to ask that if I'm ready to. I will take as many questions, Mr. Chairman. I apologize.
People are often nervous when they testify, as we all know. So a couple of things. What I'm hearing from you is that the latest government in Bangladesh is a fundamentalist. Would you say they're a theocracy, a fundamentalist theocracy in the sense of like Iran is a theocracy? Is that fair to say? Is that accurate?
That's a great question, Mr. Chairman. So let me explain to you. So when this fundamentalist student uprising happened, and the most of them came from madrasas in late July and early August. They are all madrasa students. You know what is madrasa means, right? That's a institution, schools and colleges teaches Islamic, ideas and things, teachings. They all came from those madrasas, and they overthrew the duly elected government. And it was big uprising, and government could not do anything. A lot of people died, and in the process also. And they put an interim government with the chief advisor, his name is Dr. Yunus, and then they have a bunch of advisors. And Dr. Yunus was in overseas. And he came to, they brought him in, put him on the chief advisor, and all other advisors are fundamentalists, Islamic fundamentalists. They are related to all the banned organization called Jamaat-e-Islam and other Islamic organizations that they are banned in the United States and other countries. So at this time, the price of product in people are in very bad shape. They could not control. They are not controlling anything. There is no law and order. People are facing all kind of bad things happening to them. In a peaceful country before August 5th.
Thank you, Representative. Just a little bit of context. So when you were born, your country at that time was East Pakistan, correct?
No, Mr. Chairman, I was born, yes, you're right. I was born in 1960. It was East Pakistan.
1971 is when there was a so where you were born, now Bangladesh, was then East Pakistan.
You are right.
And so not everybody perhaps remembers. I'm old enough to remember that war. So in 1971, East Pakistan basically seceded, left the country of Pakistan, and became Bangladesh, correct? In 1971?
Yeah. So, Mr. Chairman, if I may explain a little bit more.
Yeah, please. That would be great for us to learn a little bit here.
So when the India divided in 1947, or maybe 1949, I cannot exactly. So the India divided, it became India, today's India, and then Pakistan. And Pakistan divided too, but it's one country, East Pakistan and West Pakistan. And they had a geographical differences about 1,000 miles in between East and West Pakistan, but it was one government. So we had problem with West Pakistan because they are holding the power and everything. So we went to freedom fight in 1971, and with the help of India, within 9 months we became independent country. It was a lot of bloodshed. About 3 million people died. It's about 30 million people went to India as a refugee. And many of you remember that the Beatles had a concert in New York in a Madison Square Garden, and many things happened in 1971. Since then, we have different government, different things. Still, it was not like today's fundamentalism. It was a popular government, some government was not popular, and many things. Some government has a full democracy, some government didn't have democracy, and all kind of things in underdeveloped countries like any other underdeveloped countries. But now is the things that is going in a different direction, that Islamic fundamentalism is the main thing in the government.
Is it fair to say that before this recent regime change, that Bangladesh had a measure of tolerance, religious tolerance, religious freedom? Is that fair to say there was some measure of religious freedom before the regime change? Is that accurate?
Mr. Chairman, that is another very good question. The past government, she was the daughter of our founding father of the nation, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. And she held the government for 15 years. And because she was supported by the minorities, she had a lot of support from the minorities, and she supported the minorities. She put minorities only 11%, 10 or 11% in all the minorities. And they're not getting any, before her, they're not getting any good job, good education, and all these things. And she put all those minorities in a good places, wherever she can. Now this government taking out those minorities, they are losing their jobs. The last government put all the minorities in a good place. She took care of minorities very, very well.
Thank you for that. Other questions for Representative Khan? Yes, Representative Mannion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. Would you say that the outcome of this could potentially lead to regional instability with a large refugee crisis?
Thank you, Representative, for that question. Yes, this government also very much big time anti-India. So India is in our subcontinent, that region is a superpower. They are the leader in our. So the last government we had very good relation with India. This government is totally anti-India, because the Hindus are the majority in India. That's why they are after Hindus, in Bangladesh, because the India does not support this government, this interim government and this fake government. So it can go all different ways. It can, send all kind. It can create many terrorists. It can have a refugee problem. Again, in India, a lot of refugees can go to India and other neighboring countries, and many bad things can happen. Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Jones.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for being here. Question on one word in your bill, urging United States government to investigate allegations, and why that word allegations? Because that means something allegedly happened. Wouldn't it be better to put the word incidents in there?
When we wrote the bill and when if the committee would choose to do that, I have no problem. But I think that we are at this time. The reason I said allegation is we are asking the government to see if it is true. So it is, for me, I wanted to go soft way and, to accommodate everybody. That was the reason I put allegations,
That makes sense then. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Jones. Yeah, I would point out, you probably all know that once a committee receives a measure, a bill or a resolution, that the committee can owns that and can amend it. So we could maybe wordsmith that. I hadn't thought of that, but that's a good point. Other questions, Representative from Dunbarton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. So it's my understanding that Bangladesh is a member of the United Nations. Has the United Nations addressed this in any form of resolution as far as the atrocities you're describing happening there currently?
So what I know that United Nations, as we speak, they are investigating also that what happened to the minorities. But many times United Nations, in my sense, that when they go accompanied by the current government, they don't see the real picture of it. Like any United Nations investigation, we know living in the United States, it does not go too far. I don't have to tell you, you all know it does not go far enough to see real picture,
Follow up. Are there currently UN peacekeepers in the country of Bangladesh?
No, there is no UN peacekeepers in Bangladesh at this time.
Other questions? Representative Seibert.
Thank you for taking my question. I had a quick, it's just an observation, I guess. I want to thank everyone for being here. I fully understand. I have a lot of ancestors that came here, for the purpose of having, religious freedom. And so, a lot of them had been, persecuted and killed and of that sort. So, a little bit of, commonality there. I fully agree with this measure. One thing I did want to point out, though, is just I understand a lot of America has a lot of ignorance when it does come to Islam sometimes. Is there a minority sect of like Islams that are of the Islamic faith that are being persecuted as well, since it's obviously more of the fundamentalist side? And should we maybe add that in?
So in my knowledge, if I understand your question right, I think you're saying that there is a religious sect called Shia. I do not heard that they are having any issue with this government or anything. I think they are okay. In my knowledge, I do not know, but everything is going towards Hindus mainly. The reason is anti-India. The Hindus are the majority population in India, and the last government, the elected government, was very close friend with India. So everything is going towards Hindus, and it's really, really alarming.
To follow up on Representative Seibert's question, I'm curious, the UNOS government, are they, do you know if they are Shia, Sunni? Are they aligned with either of those sects, the Shia or Sunni?
They are 100% Sunni.
Okay. And that would be the Saudi Arabian type of Islamic. Let me ask you this. Now that I know that they're Sunni, that's clear, has Saudi Arabia or countries like that, Sunni countries, have they recognized this Yunus government?
I don't have that information, Mr. Chairman. I can tell you.
Okay, yeah,
I just have to say that Saudi Arabia also equally guilty of all these things because they pumped millions of $1 for years and years for making those madrasas. They want, all this area that Muslim countries that they have their Islamic teaching, so they becomes what they wanted, they want to do in the world, in their ideology.
Okay, thank you for that. Other questions? Yes, Representative Budataki.
Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So the ongoing political instability in Bangladesh, as highlighted in this resolution, raises concerns about its potential impact on regional instability and U.S. interest. Bangladesh plays a strategic role in South Asia, sharing borders with India and Myanmar, and serving as a key partner in economic and security initiatives. Prolonged unrest could lead to cross-border tensions, refugee crisis, economic disruptions, and challenges in countering extremism, all of which may affect U.S. strategic interest in the region. So my question to you is, sir, are there concerns that the situation in Bangladesh could escalate, impacting regional stability and U.S. interest, particularly in terms of security, trade, and humanitarian sectors?
Thank you, Representative. That's another great question. Yes, as you can see, if you read other newspaper articles last few weeks, especially last couple of weeks, they are already having a lot of incidents in the border between India and Bangladesh. And there are some incidents I hear also in the Burmese border that happening as we speak, in the last few weeks, especially the Indian-Bangladesh border, a lot of bad things happening right now, where I saw it in the newspaper articles and the TV programs, and it can go beyond, in a bad situation. Also, the United States interest, we want to let everybody live peacefully in their own thing. We live here in the United States. We do not want to see any terrorism raise up anywhere in the world. That is our number one goal. We live peacefully, and we want to be in peaceful also. So Bangladesh is a breeding ground for something bad can happen, especially Islamic fundamentalism and terrorism.
Follow up.
Has there been any research or report done by Human Rights Watch or Amnesty International or Freedom House on these allegations?
So, Representative, this is only we talking about 5 months. In 5 months, a government can go sink how deep. That is a poor problem. The market product went up at least 40%, between 30, 40, 50% of the product. It's in a turmoil. People don't have enough income. We are very well known for our garment industry. It's about 200 garments closed up because they don't have money or resources to run the garments, and those 200 garments employees are out of work. I'm just giving you one sector, and the other industries like many other industries, because it was either burned or destroyed by this uprising in August 5th. Between August 5th and August 10th, they looted many places, and the economy is in a real turmoil situation.
Thank you.
Representative, if this should get through this committee, would you be willing to speak to it on the House floor?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I will.
Okay, that takes some of the pressure off I think you'd be a very appropriate spokesperson to speak to the full House. Thank you for that, if it gets to that point. Other questions? Representative Rollins?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Are you able to communicate with anyone, any of your family members back in Bangladesh, or is all communication stopped?
No, communication is still on. It's no problem. We can see, talk, and everything. What I'm saying, make no mistake, what I'm doing right now in this table in front of you, after today, my life will be in jeopardy if I go there. I'm not kidding, or I'm not, saying.
Other questions? Representative Mannion?
This might be like a hypothetical, but like U.S. government tends to be have its fingers in a lot of like regime change that occurs around the planet. Do you know if there's any big backer behind this type of regime change, whether it be China, Iran, or Russia?
Representative, great questions. I didn't want it because my colleagues here we are Democrats, we are Republicans. We all accommodate each other and everything. This government, the Dr. Yunus was very close with Clinton Foundation. I didn't want to bring that because Clinton Foundation is well known. He's one of the big fundraisers for Clinton Foundation. And whatever he was doing before this government took over in the United States 5 days ago, he was doing many crazy things. But then since this government is little bit less because his power and the last Biden administration is gone. I didn't want to bring that because we all, so that is another thing.
Other questions for the prime sponsor? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Khan.
Thank you very much, all of my colleagues. Thank you.
I have 3 other cards, all asking for 5 minutes. Ashish K. Deb. Ashish, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Chairman and the honorable members of the SFR and VA committee. Gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Ashish Deb. I have been living in the greater Boston area since May 1988. I came to this country as a student in 1980 and did my my master's and PhD at Syracuse University. By profession, I am a software engineer, and in 1988, I started my professional life with Wang Laboratories. Perhaps most of you are familiar with this name. And since then, I have been working in various IT companies in Greater Boston area. Let me first thank you for giving us an opportunity to tell about the violence and atrocities against the religious minorities, including Hindus, Christian, Buddhist, and also some minority Islamic sects in Bangladesh after the fall of Sheikh Hasina's government in August 5, 2024. Please note that Sheikh Hasina's government was elected democratically in January 2024. The fall of the government started with the student-led protest to reform the job quotas reserved for the families of the veterans of the 1971 Liberation War. The government was also sympathetic to the cause of the students' protest and requested the court to reform the government job quotas in order to make it fairer and acceptable to all concerned parties. Although the students' request was largely met by the court, the protest soon transformed into a wider anti-government movement. Nobody knew at that time, now it is clear, that some invisible powers were working behind the so-called student protests, which was led by few student coordinators who were none but the students from the Muslim madrasas, where they were indoctrinated by the Islamic rules and laws. On August 5, Prime Minister Hasina left the country with the help of country's military, as violence rose to its apex. Consequently, what began as celebration quickly spiraled into violent unrest, with rioters targeting the supporters of Sheikh Hasina's Awami League party and religious minorities. While some say minority are largely viewed as supporters of Sheikh Hasina's party, others point out some economic and mostly the religious factor behind these attacks. On August 8, 2024, an interim government was formed with the dozens of advisors who have no experience in governing the country. And it was headed by Professor Muhammad Yunus as chief advisor, who also had no political experience to run a country. Many of you must have heard about Professor Yunus, who is a banker and head of the Grameen Bank. He also received Nobel Prize in 2006, along with the Grameen Bank. The interim government consistently denied the occurrence of such attacks and atrocities against the religious minorities, especially the Hindus. The interim government has no control over the law and order. However, after concerns on the safety of the religious minorities raised by the government of India, the interim government issued statement acknowledging some attacks on homes, temples, shrines, and dargahs, and other places of worships of the religious minorities. However, the interim government did nothing to stop the violence, which is still continuing throughout the country. The interim government not only put its blind eyes on all the atrocities and violence that have been committed against the religious minorities, but also imprisoned the leaders of the religious minorities who protested against all these violences. It falsely accused a Hindu monk named Chinmoy Krishna Das for treason and put him in jail without providing any lawyer to plead for his bail. The jihadi lawyers warned openly to kill anyone who would plead for Mr. Das's bail. Mr. Das is still in jail, and his bail was denied by the judges, who are either condoning the jihadist activities or are afraid of them. The only fault of Mr. Das was that he led large rallies demanding safety for the Hindus and other minorities. Many in the interim government saw that the large rallies by Hindus were a threat to the stability to the government, to the interim government, and they also thought it's a ploy to rehabilitate Sheikh Hasina and her Awami League party. Let us quote a recent comment on X against the violence against the religious minorities, especially Hindus in Bangladesh, by Tulsi Gabbard, who has been nominated for the Director of Intelligence by President Trump. She said, quote, "It broke my heart to see such hate and violence being directed towards devotees of God in their temples in Bangladesh. For these jihadists to believe that it is pleasing to God to burn and destroy the temples and shows how far temples and the murti of such a saintly person, that is Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, this just shows how far away from God they really are." She continues, "God is love, and his true servants true servants embody and manifest the love in the world. Now is the time for supposedly secular government of Bangladesh to protect the country's religious minorities, including Hindus, Christian, Buddhist, from the jihadist forces of hate, unquote. Honorable members, if you are interested to learn more about the challenges religious minorities are facing in Bangladesh, you can look at the report prepared by the Minority Rights Group International titled Under Threat, The Challenges Facing Religious Minorities in Bangladesh. I gave the link in my statement, a copy of which you have. Numerous clips of violence and atrocities against the religious minorities currently occurring in Bangladesh can be found by searching YouTube or Google. It's an irony that none of the media outlets, newspapers, radio, or TV channels can show these violences as they are fully controlled by the interim government. So the social media is the only source. We are deeply troubled and worried by the current situation in Bangladesh due to the following reasons: the complete deterioration of the rule of law and democratic principles, serious violations of human rights. Women are facing harassment and discrimination. Minorities are persecuted and their home places of worship are either burned or demolished. Students, teachers, headmasters, college principals, professors, university faculty who used to be a liberal and maybe sympathetic to the previous government are forced to resign and without any due process. Political leaders from the previous government are being targeted nationwide. Their houses are burned and they are physically tortured and even killed. Local administration, police, and military appear to be not in control or don't want to mess up with the so-called student mob who think they can do anything after they were successful in overthrowing the previous government. The daily lives of numerous peace-loving families in Bangladesh, including many of our relatives, loved ones, and friends, are now lived with fear. Some are hiding and some even remain awake at nights fearing attacks on them at any time. We presumed, and now it is clear, that the fanatic Islamic fundamentalist groups and parties are behind all this. They are attempting to change Bangladesh's national anthem and flag. They allegedly burned the home of the nation's founding father, destroyed or demolished the symbols of Bangladesh's liberation war, sculptures, statues, museums, and even libraries. It appears that their only objective is to destroy the spirit of Bangladesh's liberation war forever and change or rewrite the history in their own way. The current interim government and the press, for some reason, condone or remain silent on these events. We firmly believe if this situation continues without any check, Bangladesh could become a breeding ground of religious extremism like we saw in Afghanistan. The death toll on one account is more than tenfold since the interim government took power than before the resignation of the previous government. It is really ironic that a recipient of the Nobel Peace Prize, who is heading this interim government, doing everything but maintaining peace, law, and order. Someone raising questions about his sincerity and thinking now is the time to call for revoking his Nobel Peace Prize. You are our elected leaders. So we urge you to present our concern to the U.S. Senate Foreign Relations Committee or even to the U.S. State Department so that the government do whatever means they have to bring about peace, justice, and democracy in Bangladesh in order for general public, including religious minorities, going about their lives without any fear of being harassed, tortured, or even killed. We will always stand with you in your pursuit of a future better future for humanity, to live free or die. Thank you very much. Thanks for giving me time, extra time to read my statement. Thank you. I'm open to take any questions, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deb, for offering to take questions. Live free or die is something that resonates with most of us in this state. I don't mind having you use that phrase. You mentioned YouTube and Google. You may or may not know, as I mentioned to an earlier group, these proceedings, these hearings are recorded and televised and available on YouTube. And
Okay.
I think that the case that Representative Khan and you are making for people that are interested in that, the recording might be of great value. My question is with regard to the previous leader who you said left on August 9th?
August 5th.
August 5th, okay. Where did they go?
She went to India.
Okay, so she is in India at this time, the previous.
Right. She is India. She got political asylum. Not political asylum. She is protected by the Indian government, and she is in a secret place because India thinks that this fundamentalist could, if she is around and everybody knows where she is staying, then it is risk to her life. Believe me, these fundamentalists that are in Bangladesh right now, they are helped by the Pakistani ISI. These are the they are doing all those things around in Afghanistan, in Bangladesh, in India. They are breeding terrorists and sending it to different countries to do all those things. So,
does the previous leader aspire to return?
Yes, she is willing to return, and most of the analysts think that if India get involved, which is Bangladeshi interim government or this fundamentalist group, they are provoking India to get into war. My friend that mentioned that there are a lot of disturbances going along the borders. It is intentionally being done. The people from Bangladesh, they are going inside India, cutting their crops and taking it to Bangladesh. There are several places, maybe miles, that there is no fences. And if India wants to put the fence, then the people from Bangladesh go there and try to make a problem. They're fighting with the border security force of India.
So we mentioned earlier that until 1971, Bangladesh was East Pakistan.
No, before you're right. Until 1971, it was East Pakistan since 1947.
Where Representative Khan touched on that. And in 1971, East Pakistan separated from Pakistan and became Bangladesh.
Right.
So my question is, what is the posture of Pakistan, formerly West Pakistan, but Pakistan, has Pakistan recognized this new regime?
It's a very great question, because in 1971, India helped the Bangladeshi liberation forces to fight the Pakistani soldiers that they were staying there for 9 months. India helped us and we got the independence. Now, Pakistan couldn't forget these things. And that's why they have been trying to do all those things behind the scene with the Islamic parties that were defeated, because they didn't want the independence of Bangladesh. They wanted to stay with Pakistan, this Jamaat-e-Islami. And Pakistan secretly was helping them. That's our understanding. And Pakistan wants to take revenge against India because they think that India split this country, East Pakistan and West Pakistan, split it for their advantage. Because if East Pakistan isn't separate country. Bengalis, we have same culture. West Bengal, which is the capital, is Kolkata, and Dhaka is the capital of East Pakistan. Used to be East Pakistan, East Pakistan and West Bengal of India used to be one state. And the British rulers, they knew that the Bengalis are the very progressive and these kind of people that they know if they stay together, then it will be a problem. So they divided the Bengal, and one became East Bengal, the other was West Bengal.
So does Pakistan have diplomatic relations with the new Bangladesh?
They used to, yes.
They
with
do.
the old government, they used to have, but not that way. Currently, Dr. Yunus, Professor Yunus is out of the country. He is attending the economic summit at Davos, Switzerland, and there is nobody. And we heard the news that the chairman of the ISI, which is a detective branch of Pakistani government, you can say CIA, that are visiting Bangladesh, and they are meeting with the military. So we are thinking that they are plotting something, maybe a military coup or something, I don't know, those kind of things. So yes, there is a relation which is, we don't know how much, but between ISI and these Islamic jihadist parties and groups in Bangladesh.
Okay, thank you. Other questions for Mr. Deb? Representative Bennett.
Thank you for taking my question. Do you think that there are people, or do you know if there are people coming from your country to America for political asylum at this time? Are they able to get out of the country for danger reasons?
I don't know about this, but I know that many of the people who had the opportunity, either they have the visas, previous visas from US or from other countries, they're leaving the country for their safety because they couldn't see. Normal people cannot live in the country right now because yesterday I saw a video that a student, presumably student, came out of a taxi, and a group of another students was beating him with axe and hurting his ankle and knees severely, and he died. And he died right in front of daylight in the street. Nobody is going there. Everybody is avoiding because they think that if they want to stop the people or they go there for help, they will be attacked also. So nobody, a normal person cannot stay there. If they have any way to coming, like students who have visas, they are coming out of the country or going to Europe, to any country, or here in the United States. But I don't know anybody that came here after this or due to this and asked for any asylum. No, I don't know.
Representative Seibert, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just had a quick question, kind of an observation, but it is a question. In, I guess, the perfect world where, and I really hope this happens truly, to where you guys get your previous leader back, or what you guys, I'm sure you guys probably still consider her your leader, recognize this, the new corrupt leaders.
Yes. Yeah.
But with that said, do you believe it's a better idea, and would you in the future then have a strict policy of separation of church and state so that you don't have, religious institutions maybe running, state-run schools and all that type of thing?
Yeah, it's a very good question. And this separation of church and government is, it is possible in this environment in the Western world. But in our country, everybody is very religious. And we don't have any problem with being religious. But it hurts us when religion becomes so makes people so fanatic. When you become a fanatic, you cannot. How can you kill a person by beating him with axe on his knees and ankles so that he cannot walk? And he died. We saw in the video. Last night, after seeing the video, I couldn't sleep. I knew that I will come here, but I couldn't sleep. I was thinking, God, which country it turned into? But under the previous government tried to make, perhaps you know, that Bangladesh was doing very good. They came out of the third world countries. Their GDP in most cases was better than India. And very good. And Sheikh Hasina wanted to make the country a first world country, 20-something. She had some kind of vision. And she was doing everything, the infrastructure-wise. She made a lot of things that are, now we can say that, we could be in 10, 20 years like Singapore or something. That was her vision. But these people burned a lot of stuff. They destroyed all the documents. They destroyed the museum of our liberation war. They destroyed the sculpture. They destroyed the statue of our founding father. I don't know how they can do that.
Thank you for that, Mr. Deb. Very useful current contemporary issue lesson today, at least for me. I'm learning a lot. Other questions? Representative Butataki.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm just trying to understand. So are you saying whatever is now happening in Bangladesh about human rights abuses is coming from the interim government, from Dr. Muhammad Yunus?
I don't know whether from the interim government, but interim government is condoning all those things. Their partners are this, but let me put it this way, that his partner, he is from Grameen Bank. His only interest, which I see, and many of us may see, that he was convicted for evading tax from Grameen Bank. And 666 crores of Bangladeshi takas he was supposed to give back. And August 7th or something was the date of that final, conviction and all those things against this Professor Yunus. But before that, August 5th, they did all those things so that Hasina and the government can fall, and all those things happened.
A quick follow-up.
Follow-up.
So I'm just trying to strengthen, my thinking here. So is it because of the advisors of Dr. Yunus or interim government, all these are happening?
No, I think he is also involved in this. It is clear. Because he was denying that nothing is happening. He is not saying, if you are a good person, you could at least go to the TV and radio channels and tell them, please don't do this. This is not good. You cannot do this. He is a recipient of Nobel Peace Prize. Why he couldn't say those things? Because he is condoning all those things. And he is part of this conspiracy, the fall of the government. My friend told earlier that he was very aligned with the Clinton Foundation. Let me point out one thing. When he came in last September in New York for the General Assembly meeting, he made a meeting with Clinton Foundation. And you can see it, it is in YouTube. He introduced this Mahfuzul Alam. There is one person, he is his advisor. As he told President Clinton that this is the person he did a meticulous design that previous government didn't know who is the student leader and doing all those things. And it was clear that it was that this revolution or this uprising was pre-planned, and some people and somebody, maybe some invisible government, was helping them. And the student protest was just a ploy, just something that is sincere, and it was government was it didn't know that thought it's a student uprising. But after everything was met from their demand, they started to say that, okay, no, we want the fall of the government. We don't want this government because they killed us. And in fact, whoever was killed, they were not killed by the police. I don't know how this jihadist got the arms, because all the bullets that hit the students and they died was never used by police in Bangladesh. The police, Bangladeshi police, didn't use those bullets. And these bullets came from somewhere. So we think that they infiltrated in the police and they used these weapons coming from somewhere and killed the students so that they get the people's support. Because they were killing, you killed so many people, so we don't want this government.
So we don't know where the arms came from.
We
Okay.
don't know where that comes from. And it's the proof. Proof is there. And interim government is not doing anything about this. It's not saying anything.
Understood.
Yeah.
Other questions? Seeing none, we kept you for more than your 5 minutes, Mr. Deb, but obviously we're very interested in understanding what you're trying to have us understand.
Yes.
I have two more cards. Mohammed Safir Rahman Chowdhury.
Thank you.
Did I get, was that fairly close? You know, we're looking for you. Yes. Yes, sir. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Chairman, Your Excellency, Mr. Moffat, and Honorable State Representatives and fellow friends here, good afternoon. It's an honor to be here. Myself, Mohammad Saifur Rahman Chowdhury, and as known Tipu Chowdhury in my society. First, I'm from high respect from my side and for my country, this country, and my mother's country, Bangladesh, and for this resolution. I think this is the time-burning issue, and that's why we are here. What I believe, I looked at something, whatever I drafted here. Besides, I have the privilege of being a proud American citizen and my mother's country in Bangladesh. That is why today I consider myself fortunate to be present among you on the question of democratic and religious rights and freedoms of the soul and people of my country, and to give me the opportunity to speak on behalf of the peoples of Bangladesh. In the context of the HR 11 resolution and your committee, New Hampshire congressional delegations, all of you, United States Secretariat, and I would like to draw my humble attention to White House Press Office and President-elect Donald J. Trump and his administration. A lot of things was discussed here. I don't like to repeat and waste time because of this. I'd like to first present here on behalf of this resolution, what is the allegation? Why I'm here today? The first, I'd like to say freedom of expression, the place is Bangladesh right now. The freedom of expression, human rights, freedom of religious practice and rights, right to complain and seek justice of the people of Bangladesh have been snatched. All media have been seized and controlled. Journalists and freedom of press have been taken away. the judiciary and police and the state institution have been seized. Second thing, the conspiracy to turn Bangladesh into a radical, like the fanatic state, whatever my friends try to explain here. It was started because many of you just asked about the question before 1947, after 71, what happened. When Bangladesh was born, one group, they didn't like our freedom, independence. The name of those group is the West Pakistan Jamaat Islami. They have a wing in Bangladesh when 1971, we are fighting with against Pakistan, and they are active. They killed our millions of people. They helped Pakistani soldiers to kill our freedom fighters. They raped our mothers, sisters, and then we had a fight and we won the fight. On that time, they are introduced in front of our generation country, Rajakar and Al-Badr, and those are the name of the group is Jamaat Islami after that. And second term, it was Bangladesh got independence in 1975. The father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, he was killed with his whole family, his wife, his two sons, his two daughter-in-law, his brothers, and his 9-year-old child, everybody killed at a time. Behind this conspiracy, this group was involved over there. And after that, 1975 till 1990, it is a long time, to 21 years. And Sheikh Mujib and his daughters, because of his two daughters, they're out of the country. Thanks God they survived. And there's a big fight and a lot of things against this group, 21 years. After that, 1996, she became as a democratic, because after the election, she won the election. It was started there. Then we saw that when I was the student of the Chittagong University, I saw that I was, because of, when was my master's exam, because my lot of friends, they explained to you, they hijacked me from in front of my exam hall. They took me in the hill, they tried to kill me over there, and I didn't appear in my master's first term. If you ask the Bangladeshi people, how is America? Every people, they said, oh, that's a lovely country, we need to go there. If this group, they introduce our people, this country is a hell. Don't go over there. They're killing people all over the world, like this. So, whatever my friend told, these groups, they are financing from the Iran, Turkey, China, Middle East, most of the countries up there, and they have a big group. And if they are banned last 10 years, now they are, because of this, it was the July, it has started the student revolution like that, like the job and some job, it's called job quota, like percentage of job, some freedom fighters and others. And government was their favor. It is on the court. They started like that, the protesting like that. This is not a democratic movement or like that. The country was demolished and stopped. They killed more than 2,500 people. They hired some of the professional snipers. They thought if people they see the blood and the dead body, the movement gonna be faster and faster, and they did it. Whatever my friend said, they used the bullet from somewhere, and we saw that the bullet came from China. So there is a connection over there. After that, I'd like to say something here. The minorities, whatever my friend, the minorities, the Christmas, when we are celebrating here Christmas, such a beautiful country, because of that, the country was divided in 1970 because the religious, the content and other things. But we have a very good stability with other religious groups. We highly respect the people over there. People are living happily together. But it's last Christmas, when people are enjoying their Christmas, 24th people was the beaten, those group. You cannot celebrate the Christmas. Now most of the Hindus, they're beaten by him. for their assets. They're burning their house. More than 1,049 house was burned. They are the temples. So I'm sorry about that. I have the soft copy because I mentioned here. There's a data you can see is the readable, but you can find. I'm going to request my friends to send all of you that the soft copy. There's the data over there. How many they destroyed all over the country. So women's. They said they declared the marking in the area. Women cannot go to the market. We cannot do the shopping. We cannot do the talk in front of everyone. The job are restricted. Bangladesh was the second largest garments manufacturing country all over the world. The total economy is collapse. And then students, when they take up the power, they beaten the teachers. And they stopped the examination. They all over the country they gave the auto promotion all over the students. Whenever the examination, like, the admission test, pass mark was 70, the medical exam test, 70, they said, okay, if you have 40, you're going to pass. The country's collapsed. The country is like the burning issue right now. There's no democracy, and all the media controlled and run by government intelligence and government are part of the Dr. Yunus, whatever, my friend, they are explained to you, and he owned I don't have any question about the Nobel Prize and other things like that. I'm surprised because of that. In this country, he introduced those guy who is the mastermind, the Mahfouz. He introduced all over the country, in this country, and in front of Clinton Foundation, there's a special, the program and occasion over there, they introduce him, hey, he's the mastermind. And this is not a one day happening over there. It was my long-term plan because of this movement. And he's the mastermind here. He introduced his in front of the media all over the world and the people of this country and how dare they are. Bangladesh Awami League, and they said the Sheikh Hasina, there's no government in the country right now because there's no constitution, they're not following that one. They said constitution should be removed, national flag should be removed. They said whatever very recently, within the last 5 months, they changed all the, the education curriculum books, like the primary education, high school, college, university, they changed all the curriculum. They put their things, the Islamic, like the craziest things over there. So right now we can see the media, the women's rights, and that there is no job and they collapse everything, all the media, all institution, and also the history and the culture and civilization, whatever we have, the asset, many things, they burned all of the things. Very recently, they burned all our national documents, the archives and other things. So actually, I am going to my country like this February 26th. I'm not sure I'll be back again. Still now they are giving me threat, come to the country, we need to see you. But because of the US, the visa process is like more than like the year, because serial, nobody come out of the country, they seal the airport, they seal all the borders. And more than 45,000 Awami League, the workers, they are in the jail right now. More than 100,000 the case against them. Most of the parliament's members' houses are burned. When the Sheikh Hasina, the prime minister, was moving, they said she leave the country. She doesn't leave. They forced him, and she said, if prime minister said, okay, they stop them, she might be do that. She can do that, but she didn't do that. She said, okay, I need peace, and she requested the army, police, and other things, and they had a plan. They said, they loot all the police station all over the country. And the one place serious guns, they locked the cops over there. 15 cops was burned over there. And most of the cops on the street, they slaughtered in front of the people over there. So what is this? Is this democracy? Is that human rights? Where we are? Is this religious rights?
Well, excuse me, I have to tell you, you certainly have gotten us concerned and raised our awareness. There's another gentleman that we do want to hear from, but before I go to him, can I ask you if there are any questions for you?
Please.
Before we give him a chance to close out. Are there questions here, Representative Rollins?
Please, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Do you have any idea what the percentage of the people of Bangladesh belong to this jihadist group? Like, is it over 50, under 50%? Do you have any idea what percentage of these people belong to this type of group that's taking control of the country?
Thank you, Representative. Actually, this is not a percentage, it's very minor. They have a plan over there. They have a committee. You have 68 districts, and 465 station is called Upujila, like the police station. Base is like that. They had a plan that because they had looted all the weapons from the police station, and they killed the police. They said, if we just, destroy the law and order, and their percentage is not a factor. they have a 30 people's, like all are terrorists over there, and they hired some people like the young, who is like, the vagabond on the street like that. They paid them, and it was proven they distributed drugs that day. And then, the drug people, they can do anything. And then they distribute drugs, and they hired someone all over the country. Their percentage, their quantity is going to be like below 300,000 like that. That will like assuming like this.
Thank you for that. And that's a good question that Representative Rollins asks, because I'm sure we're wondering the extent of support the new regime has. That's a great question, and it's something we want to get a better understanding of. Other questions? Representative Budataki.
Just a quick, you have shown this data in your testimony, or read this data. Looking at this data, it's a very serious condition going on there, but the data is taken out from Wikipedia. I don't think we'll be able to verify the veracity of these being published in Wikipedia. Is there any other, report or anything published this kind of data?
Thank you, Mr. Evans. There is a lot of the data because of that. The Bangladesh, the police department right now, their control like that. Every month they have a data how many people was injured, how many people were killed, and also the human rights in Bangladesh. They have that data before. It is available online, and United Nations. Already we appealed over there, and we already appealed the United the States, the local, the embassy. We applied over there. We informed everything, and they can see the most of the things. The media, not for Bangladeshi media right now, because media is controlled over there. Data is available. If you wanna, I might be provide all of you all the data. So authentic, the Reuters, the BBC, Voice of America, something like that, and they have already their link with this the data. And also one thing, the Bangladesh Hindu Foundation, the World Hindu Foundation, they have the monthly report over there. So most of the thing I found, the collected from over there, it was mentioned, and over there, like it's called the Chetona. So it is authentic, and also might be I can provide you more information about the link also. Another thing, whatever you said, the Wikipedia over there, because of that, they have a lot of hacker. They already hacked the others, the government institution, like the website and things, and everything was deleted from there because the history and the information over there. Now the young generation, they are trying to the collecting all the information over there. This is the 2024 Bangladesh post resignation violence over there. You can see that one. If you click this link, end of that link, you can see more than hundreds of the reference over there. So you might find all the reference, and those are so authentic. You can find over there. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Seeing no hands, thank you for that extended testimony, taking our questions. And we will have one more speaker. I have one more pink card, and that would be for Abu Mansour. Is Abu?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Abu.
Thank you again. Abu? Welcome. Abu had 5 minutes down on this final pink card, and as I've been saying, have at it. We're listening.
My chairman and representative, I don't want to take lots of time. I want to go for keyword.
I'm sorry. Could you sit down and
yes,
or just speak into the microphone if you would? So
okay, thank you so much, and my chairman and the representative. My name is Abu Mansour. I'm from Bangladesh, and I want to say one thing. The minority problem is not start today or yesterday or tomorrow. It's ongoing problem. It's never finished. Sometimes it's going very worse. Sometimes it's going little less. And another key word is only Awami League is their constitution and their ideology is freedom of religion, democracy, and human rights. The other all party, like a Jamaat Islam, BNP, they all are a little bit fanatics. And the Jamaat Islam is 100% fanatics group. If we go 1947, when he got freedom from British rules, it was in Pakistan. It was Hindu India and Muslim India. That's why we separated from our own people, like a Bengali. Bengali is an ethnic group. It's not Bangladeshi or not Indian. It's a group. It's the identity as a Bengali. But we are separated from our own identity as a Bangladeshi, like East Pakistan after 1971. Because I work with minority in Hilltrex area. And I know in my own experience, even my oldest brother, his name is now Peter Said. So when he converted from Islam to Christianity, lots of people come to kill him because this is their holy work to kill him. They'll be in heaven if someone kill him. This is their believing faith. You cannot erase the faith because this in your heart, not in outside. So the someone says like the madrasa, it's actually the Islamic seminary. That point is like all destitute child or orphan boy, they took from the street, from the house, and they train up as a fanaticism. I'm sorry to say, Mr. Dr. Muhammad Yunus, he is not a fanatical people. He's not Islamist. He's very secular. But all of the surround, the other advisor, all are fanatics. The all people push him. And he is involved now with fanaticism, with radical people. And only in Bangladesh, the Awami League government it has been trying for forever for freedom religion. But they couldn't. We cannot release that point. Even 1972, the constitution was freedom of religion. But the one guy, President Ershad, turned over. 1988, the state religion is the Islam. That point, the minority goes to second-class citizen in this Bangladesh. And number one, it's going on from Pakistan. What is this? Enemy property. Did you heard like that? Enemy property? Any minority or Hindu or Christian or Buddhist, they left the country from Bangladesh. If they go back after 10 years or 5 years, they are not getting nothing. It's to be automatically by constitutionally enemy property.
Thank you for all that. Questions? Seeing no hands, I want to thank you again for coming here. I know you had to drive a little ways. And I want to thank everyone, Representative Khan, that you had come in here, those who spoke and those who did not. Speaking only for myself, my awareness has been very much raised. I want to think I track what's going on in the world, and I honestly did not know much about what's happening. I'm very concerned. I'm glad you brought this forward. I can't say what's going to happen with the resolution, H.R. 11. The committee will have to take it up in exec session and obviously have a vote on it. I already said if it does move forward, I think you'd be a wonderful person to speak to it, more so than probably most of us. So we will possibly get to this to exec it a week from today, and then we'll go from there. So with that, I will close the hearing on H.R. 11, and we have one more measure today. We're a little bit behind, but Representative Bernardi, I'm sure, understands that sometimes we want to let folks finish what they need to share with us. So our final measure of the day, House Concurrent Resolution HCR 9. This would go to the Senate if it gets through the House. A resolution urging the United States to reject compliance with the European Union's Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive. And I'll be frank, I'm not really up on the European Union's Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, Representative, but I'm sure you'll explain that to us. I'm very interested, so have at it.
Well, thank you, Chairman Moffett and committee, and yes, that's my goal. For the record, I'm Representative J.D. Bernardi, Rockingham 36, which is, I live in Southampton, but also represent Kensington, Hampton Falls, Newton, and Plastow. This is to introduce HCR 9, which urges the U.S. to reject compliance with the European Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, which is a directive designed to transform business practices across the entire world, including the U.S. So this directive was passed last July. It becomes effective this July, and with the way the European rules work, the national governments have to translate and put the directive into their own national laws by July of 26, and then it becomes effective for corporate compliance in July of 27. So we're still in a timely mode here. So the CCDDD mandates that large businesses impose ESG standards on companies operating within their quote-unquote chain of activities, regardless of whether that chain business has operations within the European Union. Now, what does that mean? Well, first off, large businesses are defined as those with 1,000 employees and 450 million euros in net revenue. That translates to about 500 million US dollars in revenue. And that would essentially mean about 6,000 companies within Europe, but 1,000 non-European companies. So what does this chain of activities mean? That means all your supply chain also gets swept into the mix. So let's say you're Ford Motor Company. You're likely to be one of those 1,000 US companies selling some product in Europe. Well, the windshield wipers, the red tail lights on the back of the car, the knobs on the radio probably aren't made by Ford. They're made by some supplier. So those companies also get swept into the entire compliance requirements of this directive. So what are those goals or standards? So that the European standards on unions and collective bargaining, healthcare and disease prevention, children's education, a full transition to a green energy economy, requirements for climate transition plans in each corporation, reductions in water and land usage, social justice provisions, and bans on any disinformation. So this is a full implementation of ESG, DEI, Paris Accord, et cetera, all written into the law. So businesses that fail to meet these standards by their actions and reporting will face financial penalties of not less than 5% of their net worldwide, they call it turnover, but it's essentially annual revenue. So if you're $100 million in sales and you miss compliance here, you're paying a $5 million fine that year. So in addition to the financial sanctions, the bill or the directive authorizes activist groups and individuals to also be able to sue the various companies for alleged damages. And if a covered company's business partners do not adhere to the mandates, the covered companies must end their business relationships. So that is cut off your suppliers, or face penalties, or cease operating in the European Union. So that's the ultimate threat, is you don't get to operate within the EU beyond all these financial fines. So this is likely to cause a massive wealth transfer from from developed countries to developing countries, because the law also says that large companies have to provide targeted and proportional support for their small and medium-sized business partners or suppliers that have difficulty complying with all these standards. So again, let's go back to Ford. If Ford is buying windshield wipers and the manufacturer happens to be in Malaysia, they're going to have to go to work with the Malaysian company to get them up to compliance. So no matter where these suppliers are coming from, US or elsewhere. So the bottom line is, if this goes unaddressed by America, we effectively become a vassal state to the European Union and fundamentally transform through corporate coercion. Now, the current Trump administration has addressed many of these issues on a government scale. They are not addressed for businesses. The Biden administration, when this law was passed by the Europeans, indicated their support. They weren't going to stand in the way of its compliance. As I see it, if this resolution goes forward, it will essentially tickle the Trump administration, probably through the Secretary of State's office, to advise Europe, we are not going to comply. And if you want compliance, if you're going to demand compliance, maybe there's going to be tariffs. Maybe there's going to be other sanctions, like increase your fees to NATO. Maybe there's going to be disruptions in supplies of American goods that are necessary for European life. I don't know. That's going to be up to the Secretary of State in those discussions with the European countries. But the bottom line is, I believe it's important for America to send a message to Europe: we are not going to comply, and you're not going to force American companies to comply with these extremist European laws. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative. I know there are some questions. Before I go to Representative Mandelbaum, so you see the EU CSDDD is threatening U.S. sovereignty?
Yes, through essentially corporate coercion, making our companies comply with their laws, which is going to change how we do business here.
How long ago was this measure passed by the EU?
It was passed in July of last year, 2024, and it becomes effective through their system of how they do directives in July of this year. And then it has to be translated into all the national laws of each of the 26 member states by July of 2026, and then it becomes effective operationally for compliance purposes in July of 2027.
Thank you. Representative Mandelbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Bernardi, I'm looking at the American Bar Association's website, and they say, quote, the due diligence directive will ultimately apply to all U.S. companies having annual group-wide revenue from the EU market of over 450 million euros, which is about $472 million today, regardless of whether they have any subsidiaries or branches in the EU. I'm wondering how many U.S. multinational companies would fall into that category of having group-wide revenue of over 450 million euros.
So the estimated number is about 1,000 American companies and 6,000 European companies. But again, that's the large companies, and it also sweeps in all those suppliers. So that little supplier making that little red taillight in the back of your car, you know, they may have a $3 million a year company. They're going to be swept in too. So that's why the ABA is saying this is going to encompass most of the U.S. economy.
Representative Foss.
Thank you. So I did read the CSDDD. I would urge my fellow committee members to do so as well. There's the whole thing, and then there's very concise information available. So this applies to private companies doing business in the European Union. So is the goal here for the government to tell private businesses not to comply? Because I mean, this is on the businesses to to comply or to cease doing business in the EU. So is your goal for the United States to direct all applicable businesses not to comply with this directive?
If an American business wanted to comply with this type of directive on their own volition, that's their business. However, this particular resolution is to have the U.S. government tell European authorities, you cannot mandate your vision of how companies should operate in the United States.
Follow up.
But it is essentially of their own volition. They have the option to, they could pay these fees or they could not do business in the European Union. But you don't think that it's the right of the EU to determine what kind of companies are allowed to do business, or for any, body like the United States, for example? You don't think that the United States is allowed to set regulations for what kind of companies are allowed to do business here?
This bill doesn't do anything about setting requirements for U.S. businesses doing business in Europe. We essentially have a capitalist country where we have regulations on safety and those types of things, but this is policy directives that are well beyond the normal scope of doing business. So again, if a company is in favor of these kinds of activities, they can sign up and they can run ESG programs on their own and DEI programs. They can do whatever they want, or they can, or essentially what this European law says, if you don't want to comply with those kind of things and you don't like it, you can't do any business here. Well, I don't think that's appropriate.
Mr. Chairman, I just have another follow-up.
Sure.
Thank you. sounds like from what you just said that your issue is more with the substance of the directive, but if it's allowed or appropriate for a body to set regulations in general for the kinds of companies that are allowed to operate within that that body, why is that not corporate coercion?
Okay, the way most of our regulatory structures work is we come up with agreements and we have UN or a similar organizations that will set, these are the rules of the road that we're going to use internationally for air traffic. These are the rules of the road that we're going to use for transporting packages. These are the rules of the road that we're going to use safety-wise for nuclear materials, whatever. So we have a system that has worked in where all countries get together and agree on standards of how they're going to do business. This is the European Union saying, the heck with the rest of the world, you're going to do it our way. And that's unacceptable.
Other questions? Representative Hemingway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So I did some research on this probably last year, year before, as this was developing. So basically, essentially, my understanding of this ESG, which is environmental, social, and governance. So this is going to be the standard for determining whether a business can do business with another person or another entity. The problem with that is that if you don't comply with ESG standards, a company will not be able to get a loan, correct?
Correct.
And as I continue, Mr. Chairman, so in a sense, a bank, a financial institution, or another manufacturer could determine who they want to do business with, which they can do anyway, but they would have to follow ESG. Those three things that if they were not environmentally sound and didn't do things to protect their environment, they weren't socially inclusive of all the organizations, and the governance of fair and equitable, I think it was like pay, managers pay, and equal pay, equal work, equal everything. So those items, and if I've looked further in Japan, China, they are already doing this on a lower scale to the people there. They are not able to, if you don't follow those guidance, they're not able to get a loan for a house, or their job is in jeopardy because they're not following those rules. Is that correct?
That is correct. If you, in China, if you don't follow the rules, you don't get to buy the bus token to get to work. I mean, it's that simple. I mean, that's a control mechanism, an ultimate control mechanism.
Representative Hemingway, so kudos for doing some advanced due diligence. You may have positioned yourself to do a committee report. I don't know. But good on you for that. This screams for Commerce Committee. As I look at this language, the folks in Commerce, I think, would drill down and have questions similar to what Representative Hemingway's already asked. But we tend to do resolutions here, and this is certainly a resolution. A concurrent resolution. My question: are you concerned about retaliation? If the desire of this resolution were to be put into practice by the current administration, and I think you mentioned tariffs. So we're hearing a lot about tariffs. Are you concerned about retaliation by the EU if we move forward with this type of resistance?
Well, I think our response would be perceived as retaliation to what they're trying to do to us. They struck first with this, and if we say no, we either get down on our knees and comply, or we say no, and you know, we're going to get into a heated discussion on what the consequences of this kind of activity are. Yes, I mean that's where this goes potentially.
Representative Seibert.
I have two small questions, but I think the first one really is based off of, first of all, how is this different from the tariffs that are on the table right now for us to force other countries essentially to pay for in products being shipped?
How is this different?
I guess would it be to me that would be just as much coercion as this would be.
Well, I think where I've heard discussions of tariffs is against Mexico and China for, you stop your drug trade, stop your fentanyl processing coming in, or, there's going to be compliance, there's going to be retaliation that way against your government. So in those types of situations, we're defining an ill that we're saying we want you to stop, and if you don't, we're going to put a tariff on you. This, you could say this is similar, but it hasn't started yet. This is going to happen if we don't bow down, and additionally have all our large companies sweep in all our small suppliers to do this kind of compliance work.
Just my one extra question. Thank you. The one other thing I wanted to say was in regards to, because I kind of wanted to piggyback off what Lily had said before in regards to so it seems like though we're entering into this or just agreeing with this or whatever, it's a compliance situation, allowing for companies to make compliance. If we repeal this, companies who still want to do business that qualify for it, that still want to do business with the EU, or, some we might have that already are previously complying, now might not be able to do that because we're not entering into this agreement. I mean, that's what it looks like to me.
No. If corporations can conduct business however they want to. If they want to employ ESG, DEI standards and whatnot, they want to have a vast amount of compliance with Green New Deal technology. If that's what they want as part of how they're going to run their business, they can do that on their own, and they're not forbidden from having conducting business in Europe. What the European law says is if you don't comply with our vision of those items, you can't do business in Europe, or we're going to fine the heck out of you.
Representative Mannion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. So when you're talking about like the smaller manufacturers that may be providing to the larger international corporations, it could be that this ends up being a would you agree that it's picking winners and losers, where the smaller companies that could not compete to meet these regulatory standards would just go entirely out of business, and the only things left would be multinational corporations?
That's possible. It's going to force, compliance in that direction. So if they can't, if a smaller company can't comply and they don't get the quote unquote help that they're supposed to from the large corporation by this directive, their market size would shrink, and potentially that could force them out of business.
Representative Mandelbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm just trying to understand what the core issue is. Is it about the CSDDD having the ability to sue companies for alleged damages, or is it more about what this law is asking potentially U.S. multinational corporations to do? Like, is it about the specific actions that they're asking for?
Well, the directive basically says if you want to do business in Europe, you must comply. So it's a doing business issue, And if you still do business in Europe or try to do business in Europe and don't comply, you will be fined. And ultimately, if you don't comply, then we will shut the door. You can't come in.
Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So is this, just to clarify, is this about the issue of compliance in general, or are there specific things that this law is mandating that you're opposed to?
It's compliance with the package of requirements that they've embedded in the directive. I summarized them there, but if you go into the directive, this is a large laundry list. And some of them, you know, you may say, hey, this is great. I'm all for, you know, this. And others of them, you'd say, no, I don't. And it's inappropriate for the Europeans to pick the policies that U.S. corporations should be adopting. It's up to U.S. corporations to do that. You know, when they make a product and offer it, you know.
Representative Gagnon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. See if I get this right, because what they're proposing, the EU, is my way or the highway. Is that correct?
I would say that's a nice shorthand.
Okay. Follow up.
Follow up.
Notwithstanding that we bailed them out twice in the last century, could it also be said that you want to play that game? We can play that game. You guys pay for all your defenses from now on. How's that?
That, as I indicated, I would expect if the U.S. government, Secretary of State's office agrees that this is inappropriate to force this kind of compliance on U.S. companies, they have several arrows in the quiver. One could be tariffs. One could be you're paying for all of NATO, or we're leaving, or you need certain special components that are only made and manufactured in the U.S. We're not selling them to you. You know, we can play a counter game if they want to do that.
Representative Mannion.
Thanks for taking my question. The outcome of all of this would be increased prices on the end consumer. Would you say that?
If this continues, yes. My guess is a solid posture against this by the United States is going to force the European Union to readdress this directive. It barely passed. I mean, if you follow the European politics on this issue, those in power in the European Parliament when this passed tended to be strongly on the left. They saw the elections were swinging against them. They expected that in the next round of elections, they would be losing many seats. So they basically said, if we're going to do this kind of stuff, we got to do it now. The European Parliament's changing, and the European Parliament could very well renege on this, change this law. There's many, particularly in the Eastern Bloc of the European Union, the Polands, the Czech republics and whatnot, as I said, we don't like this at all. And they voted very strongly against it.
Representative Bernardi, you anticipated you already answered the question I was going to ask, and that had to do with how agile, how nimble is the EU in terms of changing course. So you're ahead of me in this, obviously. You're ahead of most of us. So you said this passed narrowly. So do you know, or perhaps Representative Hemingway knows, do you know what the process is, or the timeline for change? Because I know, as you said, the EU's makeup is changing. How soon could they make a change, or do you know?
Well, in the next Parliament, they could bring up a resolution and to change compliance with this. They could change the compliance, say, oh, we're going to keep this, but it's only going to apply to European companies. Okay. Then we have no problem, right? It's when they want to make it comply to the world, they want to rule the world, that's the issue. So, but timing wise, the next parliaments are starting to meet now. The same as our Congress.
So, Representative Bernard, are you looking to interfere in EU affairs? Clearly.
I'm asking the United States to tell Europe, you cannot tell our companies how to operate.
Okay. Other questions, Representative Foss?
Yes. So it's not specifically U.S. companies. It's any companies across the world that have more than 450 million euros in revenue coming from the European Union. So it's not targeted. I just don't understand, how is it appropriate for the U.S. government to interfere with private businesses and the European Union?
I think it's the other way around. It's inappropriate for the European businesses to interfere with American companies or any international company for that matter, but I'm mostly concerned with American companies.
Follow up. But that's not what this law is doing. This would insert the U.S. government into these relationships between private businesses and the European Union.
No, this directive asked the U.S. government to tell the European authorities, we don't want you mandating these requirements on American businesses.
Representative Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So I guess my concern here would be a precedent being broken or being set where, are you at all concerned about what this might mean if the U.S. has a specific regulation or requirement to operate businesses for foreign companies, foreign-owned companies to have businesses here, what that would mean for those businesses? Because we may have more strict or stringent requirements or regulations where another organization does not.
Okay, I'm trying to wrap my head around that. So again, most of international trade is the practices are governed by various commissions and committees, oftentimes under the supervision of the UN, setting ultimate standards. I mean, I could see if the United States says, we are no longer going to accept any products in the United States made with slave labor. That would be interfering with the business practices of China. That would. But should we and could we do that? Yes, we can. So if that's an unacceptable precedent, I would accept that.
Representative Foss.
Well, speaking of precedent, how is this different than the TikTok ban, which was just held as constitutional by the Supreme Court? Is that not another example of the U.S. already having set regulations?
First off, there wasn't a TikTok ban. What there was a requirement that TikTok not be owned by the Communist Party of China. The ownership structure of TikTok goes straight back to the CCP. So the ban was, TikTok, you can operate, but you have to divest your ownership from the CCP. So that's what's going on. In fact, the ability to operate now has been extended to allow the company to find an ownership structure that's not tied to the Communist Party.
Follow up.
To be clear, I was using TikTok ban colloquially. I'm familiar with the law. So ByteDance, the owner of TikTok, was given the option of selling to a U.S. company. How is that different than companies being given the option of complying with this existing law or not doing business in the United States? Or not doing business in the European Union. Not doing business in the United States is obviously what happened with this law for ByteDance.
I think the issue is what are the standards, and so the U.S. is and every country can do this. Set standards of minimum compliance that you want to see in commerce. So we set a standard that we don't want social media companies to be owned by the Communist Party of China. That's the standard. So the Europeans set a massive number of standards, many of which most of the United States populations finds disagreeable, and sent that message loud and clear in the last election. So, I mean, I think that's the fundamental issue.
Follow up.
So you said when you started out your answer, though, that a country has the ability to set requirements. So it sounds like you agree that the European Union has the right to set requirements.
I absolutely agree. They can set these standards, and they can say eventually we're not going to allow any American companies to do business here. They can do that. They can close their doors. They have that right.
Does anyone else have a hand up before I go back to Representative Foss, just to be fair?
I'm fine with turning it over.
Representative Mandelbaum, you have the same question you said, or?
Oh, maybe not. I feel like I'm following your train of thought.
Go ahead, Representative Foss.
Well, if you agree that it's fine for businesses and for the EU to do that, what's the issue?
The standards.
So, just to call it spade a spade, your issue is with the ideological bent of the standards.
If the European Union passed a directive saying we are not going to accept any products made with slave labor, I don't think I or most of the people in the United States would have any concern with that. But if they pass this directive, which has a vast list of standards, many of which most people in the United States do not agree with, yes, I do have an issue with that.
Representative Mandelbaum, did you want to ask something?
Well, I did just kind of want to build on Representative Foss's question, and a question I had asked earlier, which I feel like I received a contradictory answer to. So, which pieces of this law specifically do you find objectionable?
Pieces of the core of the directive goes to the standards that the Europeans are trying to impose on all companies of size. So it is that laundry list of standards. I mean, some of them I can go down the list and say, oh, that's nice, and I have no issue with that. But the real issue is, in aggregate, that list is an unacceptable list. The current administration has already said many of the things that are identified there are unacceptable and are not going to be done in the U.S. government anymore. Yet the Europeans are trying to backdoor it into the United States through this compliance requirements on corporations. That's what I'm objecting to.
So that goes back to my initial question right up front about sovereignty. You
Yes.
see this as a sovereignty issue?
It is a sovereignty issue, yes.
Okay, other questions? Representative Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you again for taking my question. So I guess, are you aware of, this being a capitalist society, are you aware of the most recent reports that show that corporate sustainability is actually more profitable for businesses?
I'm not aware of any particular report on that. I would say yes, sustainability is always, a good thing. You want your company to continue on, but defining what the issues are to ensure sustainability, I think there's tremendous differences of opinion on what constitutes those standards.
I see a hand, Representative Mandelbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question and then a request, if I may. So I'm struggling with the idea that members of the European Union are not allowed to set their own standards.
They are.
So then what's the concern? They're saying these are the standards. We're talking about private businesses. They can, choose to engage with that or not. And I mean, you brought up the example that if we were to say that we are not going to import any goods produced with slave labor, why is that more acceptable than, for instance, saying that the European Union doesn't want any goods that are produced in places that don't have safe working conditions or a reasonable limitation of working hours?
That's not what this does.
I'm looking at it right now.
That may be one, and as I indicated, there in that large basket of standards, you may look at some of them and say, yeah, that one's a good one. Let's pick that good one out. And no, it's the entire basket is you have to comply with, and there are many items in there that are unacceptable and the American people don't agree with. So the Europeans can set the requirements for European companies to comply with that. That's fine. But they don't have the right. Well, they do have the right to tell us that if we want to do business there, but we have the right to say we're not going to do it. That's the counterpoint.
Right, and I think that's what Representative Foss was saying. There's a choice there.
And that's the purpose of the resolution, is for us to say, we don't agree with your basket of standards. We are not going to require American companies to do that. And if you are going to take action against American companies, you can expect counteraction against European companies and European governments for that kind of behavior.
What you just said, I think, captures what you're trying to do very well. That was well stated. I'm starting to get it better. Representative Mandelbaum, you have your hand up. Sure.
I just had a follow up. So, I'm struggling a bit with this idea of it's the package, but countries can put in standards that they want, and I just so this is more of a statement or a request than a question, but I would find it useful if you could go through this list of conditions and mark which ones you find acceptable and which ones you think the U.S. should not support.
That's a large task. It's a big list. So, I mean, I can tell you there's some of them right away that I have absolutely no agreement with. Europeans shouldn't be setting union collective bargaining requirements for the United States. They shouldn't be requiring ESG and DEI requirements. And our current administration has said we're not going to do that in the government already. That is already a policy of the United States on a government level. So why the Europeans should be able to force that on U.S. companies doesn't make any sense. So those are three right off the top.
Other questions? Representative Bennett.
Thank you for letting me ask a question. So I'm going to chime in here. I'm thinking about this whole thing. As you said, in the we did have recently voted. And so if we complied with this, do you think that there would be a lot of companies that might have employees that would say, if you do this, we're not going to work for your company anymore? Do you think Americans would have that resolve after all we've been through? Or do you think they just go ahead and do it because they want to work and they need a paycheck?
Well, that's a mixed bag. I mean, it's some people, you know, when they were certain requirements came into the, I guess I'm trying to get an example in my head. And so if in the COVID era, thou shalt take the jab or not if you want to work here, right? So there were people that said, no, I'm not going to do it. And they had to leave the company. There are some companies where you had enough people stand up and say no, and the company changes their policy. Yes. The answer is yes. All of the above can happen.
Other questions? Seeing none, I have no other pink cards. I wish there was one more pink card to someone to speak against. We have to play the role of, in the absence of anybody else opposing the bill, to do our due diligence and pepper you like we have been. And I think there's been some really good questions. And I thank the committee for hanging in there, and thank you, Representative Bernardi, for hanging in there too. With that, with no other pink cards and no one else here, I will close the hearing on HCR 9. So this committee will reconvene a week from today. We'll have some more hearings in the morning. We canceled or postponed our two exec items to the future. I'm going to get with the ranking member. Good. You're still.
Next week, we're going to do those next week. Right?
You and I will chat in just a few minutes. Okay. And so we will work on an exec session. In fact, it's already been calendared or published. All the measures that we heard through this one will be on there to be exec. Whether we get to So thank you all for your time, and we'll see everybody down the road. Representative Lundgren gone? Oh, he's gone. Okay.